Welcome to day 2 of the Regional Women in Data Summit 2025, happening here at Lake Naivasha Resort, where we meet again and make sure that policymakers are answering questions from grassroots women, looking at what are the gender data gaps, looking at what are the gaps within policy in 4 particular tracks: healthcare systems, public service delivery, food systems, and women economic empowerment.
What I'm excited most about this forum is the presence of 36 grassroots women who are representing the voices of their community. We cannot discuss women in data without the grassroots women in the room, and that is why in Roots Kenya, we believe that it is very important to put the grassroots women in these spaces so that they can be able to speak their realities.
What I'm most excited about is just to be able to listen to different people and the different data points that they're bringing into this discussion, and to forming a community of practice, people who have one common denominator, which is uplifting the lives of women and using data to be able to inform a lot of the practices that they're involved in.
I think it has been a very encouraging day for me, and especially for the areas we engage in terms of women economic empowerment, the data which is required to be able to make better decisions, and also again the side of health. I think I've learned a lot why we need to keep this data. I help in decision making, I help in making share work better. So for me, the day has been well spent, and I think the topic were well selected, and I'm looking forward to the next conference. Thank you.
Okay, day 2 for me, I must say, looking at the topics that were identified, you realize that yes, we are speaking to the real felt need within our communities, within our region, and I would like to say that congratulations to the organizers even for identifying the topics, and this day has been great. Thank you.
Welcome to day 2 of the Regional Women in Data Summit 2025, happening here at Lake Naivasha Resort, where we meet again and make sure that policymakers are answering questions from grassroots women, looking at what are the gender data gaps, looking at what are the gaps within policy in 4 particular tracks: healthcare systems, public service delivery, food systems, and women economic empowerment.
What I'm excited most about this forum is the presence of 36 grassroots women who are representing the voices of their community. We cannot discuss women in data without the grassroots women in the room, and that is why in Roots Kenya, we believe that it is very important to put the grassroots women in these spaces so that they can be able to speak their realities.
What I'm most excited about is just to be able to listen to different people and the different data points that they're bringing into this discussion, and to forming a community of practice, people who have one common denominator, which is uplifting the lives of women and using data to be able to inform a lot of the practices that they're involved in.
I think it has been a very encouraging day for me, and especially for the areas we engage in terms of women economic empowerment, the data which is required to be able to make better decisions, and also again the side of health. I think I've learned a lot why we need to keep this data. I help in decision making, I help in making share work better. So for me, the day has been well spent, and I think the topic were well selected, and I'm looking forward to the next conference. Thank you.
Okay, day 2 for me, I must say, looking at the topics that were identified, you realize that yes, we are speaking to the real felt need within our communities, within our region, and I would like to say that congratulations to the organizers even for identifying the topics, and this day has been great. Thank you.
actually my profound honor to welcome you to Naivasha for the Regional Women in Data Summit 2025. Today we gather not simply for another summit, but for a defining moment in our regional journey. A moment where we move beyond conversations to action, where evidence is transformed into policy, where data brings dignity, and where numbers tell the living stories of resilience, strength, and possibility for the women and girls of Africa.
How can we ensure that data actually enables agency? What do I mean by that? I mean that we need to move beyond saying data is just for them, to actually bringing data back into the hands of the women on the streets, so that those women can actually use the data to improve their businesses, actually can use that data to improve their farming practice, ensure that they have that data to improve the way they are raising their children, the way they are operating in the care economy.
When women are given or have the opportunity, honestly, they do better. And I think it's been mentioned that data actually makes the invisible, not just visible, but audible. And it's work that we've done over time, that once you start to understand the data, because data doesn't lie. But then I think the part where we miss is how you translate data into insights, into information, and into decisions.
I think this topic is of age. It's a conversation that we all want to be part of. It's a conversation that is going to drive the engines of economic prosperity, not just in Kenya, but on the continent and on the world. And I want to be part of it.
In this year's summit, let us focus on filling the gaps, deepening the progress so far. Let us leave Naivasha not only with reports and resolutions, but with concrete commitments, measurable outcomes, and renewed courage to ensure that every woman and girl in our region is visible in data that drives our policies, our plans, our budgets, and our shared future. And with that, allow me to declare this conference officially opened, and clap for yourselves for being here. It is actually my profound honor to welcome you to Naivasha for the Regional Women in Data Summit 2025. Today we gather not simply for another summit, but for a defining moment in our regional journey. A moment where we move beyond conversations to action, where evidence is transformed into policy, where data brings dignity, and where numbers tell the living stories of resilience, strength, and possibility for the women and girls of Africa.
How can we ensure that data actually enables agency? What do I mean by that? I mean that we need to move beyond saying data is just for them, to actually bringing data back into the hands of the women on the streets, so that those women can actually use the data to improve their businesses, actually can use that data to improve their farming practice, ensure that they have that data to improve the way they are raising their children, the way they are operating in the care economy.
When women are given or have the opportunity, honestly, they do better. And I think it's been mentioned that data actually makes the invisible, not just visible, but audible. And it's work that we've done over time, that once you start to understand the data, because data doesn't lie. But then I think the part where we miss is how you translate data into insights, into information, and into decisions.
I think this topic is of age. It's a conversation that we all want to be part of. It's a conversation that is going to drive the engines of economic prosperity, not just in Kenya, but on the continent and on the world. And I want to be part of it.
In this year's summit, let us focus on filling the gaps, deepening the progress so far. Let us leave Naivasha not only with reports and resolutions, but with concrete commitments, measurable outcomes, and renewed courage to ensure that every woman and girl in our region is visible in data that drives our policies, our plans, our budgets, and our shared future. And with that, allow me to declare this conference officially opened, and clap for yourselves for being here. It is actually my profound honor to welcome you to Naivasha for the Regional Women in Data Summit 2025. Today we gather not simply for another summit, but for a defining moment in our regional journey. A moment where we move beyond conversations to action, where evidence is transformed into policy, where data brings dignity, and where numbers tell the living stories of resilience, strength, and possibility for the women and girls of Africa.
How can we ensure that data actually enables agency? What do I mean by that? I mean that we need to move beyond saying data is just for them to actually bringing data back into the hands of the women on the streets so that those women can actually use the data to improve their businesses, actually can use that data to improve their farming practice, ensure that they have that data to improve the way they are raising their children, the way they are operating in the care economy.
When women are given or have the opportunity, honestly, they do better. And I think it's been mentioned that data actually makes the invisible, not just visible, but audible. And it's work that we've done over time that once you start to understand the data, because data doesn't lie. But then I think the part where we miss is how you translate data into insights, into information, and into decisions.
I think this topic is of age. It's a conversation that we all want to be part of. It's a conversation that is going to drive the engines of economic prosperity, not just in Kenya, but on the continent and on the world. And I want to be part of it.
In this year's summit, let us focus on filling the gaps, deepening the progress so far. Let us leave Naivasha not only with reports and resolutions, but with concrete commitments, measurable outcomes, and renewed courage to ensure that every woman and girl in our region is visible in data that drives our policies, our plans, our budgets, and our shared future. And with that, allow me to declare this conference officially opened, and clap for yourselves for being here.
Kathy? Cynthia, sorry. Go ahead.
Morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Cynthia Kahumbura. I'm a co-executive director at Jacaranda Health, and I'm really excited to be here. Why am I here? Because women's voices are not being included in decision-making, and that's a fact. And that's not acceptable. We have voices and we need to be heard, and not just heard, given a platform, but included in decision making. Decisions cannot be made for us anymore. So that's why I'm here, and I think to be able to share also how technology and data can be used to give women that voice, and specifically pregnant women or women who've just delivered or, yeah, and that's what we do at Jacaranda Health through our platform prompts.
Thank you very much. Dr. Nitu?
Thank you. Hi, hello everyone. Really nice to be here. I can't believe it's our last day together. So yeah, I'm Nitu John. I'm a principal for gender research and programs at a company called Frame. We are a geospatial data analytics company. We bring together, we use machine learning to produce timely, cost-effective data, and we like to map our data so you can go down to a community level and understand what is happening in a community context. And specifically in terms of my work, I'm a gender nerd. I've loved and wanted to work in gender all my life, and and the idea is to really make sure that women are counted, and women are counted in a way that it strengthens their voice, choice, and agency. So I bring that perspective into Frame and do that work, and that is why I'm here, because I think this is the exact place where we're having these conversations about reimagining gender data in this new age, particularly, and ensuring that gender data is truly transformative and truly useful and it's localized so that people from the communities are able to use it to make their own decisions and improve their own lives and services. So that's why I'm here and really happy to be part of this conversation.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, I'm Vinay. I'm a senior manager at Aapti Institute. We are a technology policy research organization based in India. Our main goal is to look at how technology and policy around technology affect different individuals and communities, and to understand how that impact can be made a lot more equitable and just. One of our big pillars of work is on how technology affects and impacts women specifically, and we're trying to look at how women can be allowed to have a lot more agency and control over their data. We are a women-majority, women-led organization, and so it's a bit strange that I, as a man, am here to speak on behalf of the organization. But I'd like to see myself as an ally, and I'm really here to speak about a lot of the work that we've been doing with women communities in India, in Africa, and in some parts of Southeast Asia as well, to really look at how women can come together to empower themselves around their data, have agency over it, and actually get value for the data that they generate, which belongs to them, and have a say in the decisions that are made about them. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana?
Florence, this is a good morning conference. Akina Mama, hi. Akina Mama, hi. Good morning.
Sikujua niko na politician.
Women must occupy power, right? My name is Diana Gishengo. I am the Executive Director of the Institute for Social Accountability, TISA. And I like to say I'm a lawyer, but somehow I never practiced law because I just found women were badly discriminated, especially in land matters. And therefore, I found myself going to ensure that women are on the decision-making table, women are owning homes, and at TISA, our data, we have no system. Our data is citizens' voices, citizens' experiences, that packaged to become data that can be used by people who are making innovations, but ultimately by the government to make changes. We work on a number of areas. We work on budgets. If it is not financed, women, if you do not see it in the budget, it does not exist. We also work on the agri-food system, everything from agriculture, trade, especially for informal traders, and the digital economy, where we have many young people, especially women, ensuring that they live in dignity. I'm looking forward to this conversation.
Thank you very much. Please clap for my panel. We have a great panel this morning. Some of them drove in at 1 a.m., others woke up at 4 a.m. to get here this morning, and others have been with us since we began the summit. And so one of the things we wanted to discuss today, even as we look towards closing the summit, is that what is the new innovations that are going on around collecting data. And I want to start with Cynthia because the biggest conversation we've had here is about SHA, it's about women's health. And somebody yesterday said, you know, if we are not investing in maternal health, then we have missed the point across board. So all the other things are not important until we invest in maternal health. So there are some things that Jacaranda Health has been doing. Could you please tell us about it in terms of how you collect women's voices?
Thank you. So maybe I'll just start with a bit of background. About 6,000 to 7,000 women die every year while giving birth. 80% of those deaths, 80% are preventable. They did not need to happen. That is shocking. And through some studies that have been done, they actually found that of those preventable deaths, 33% of the reason for that is because moms were seeking care late. They were not able to know that they've gone into labor early. They were not able to identify danger signs early to seek care. And through this gap, Jacaranda Health developed a two-way SMS platform that walks the journey with moms. So that is AI-enabled, now we should be saying. But really, what does it do? What do we do with prompts? We're walking the journey with a mom during her pregnancy and up to 1 year post-delivery, just giving her information. So if you're 3 months pregnant, we're giving you what should you eat. If you're up to 6 months pregnant, you should feel your baby moving. This is how to identify danger signs, etc. Then the second piece is really allowing moms to ask questions. So ask any question. We get about 5,000 questions a day. A day, 5,000 questions. And these questions range from, can I eat avocados during pregnancy? Yes, it is healthy. In certain areas, they ask a lot about eggs. Can I eat eggs? Oh, please do eat eggs.
Patriarchy said we can't eat eggs, that's why.
Yes. So, you can imagine. So these questions are coming in every day. And then of these 5,000 questions, we are also identifying, and this is where the AI comes in, we're making sure we're categorizing the danger signs and calling the mom within 15 minutes to give her clinical feedback and usually refer her to visit a facility. So I've been bleeding since last night. Categorize danger sign, 15 minutes, we call her. Then I think, and that's how we're using technology to prioritize and categorize seeking help. And then the third piece is we then also ask moms, how was your experience when you went for your antenatal clinic, when you delivered, when you went for your postnatal clinic? And this is where now the voice of the mom comes in, because we actually define respect based on WHO standards. Then we continue to ask her, okay, if you weren't treated with respect, what was the problem? And you'll hear long queues. You'll find a mom has gone and she's seen the nurse, she's seen the obstetrician, but she needs labs. And it's a long walk. Then at labs, she's not prioritized. She's pregnant. And then she's standing for 2 hours. You'll find a mom will say during delivery, I was there delivering, started delivering, and then there were 5 people watching my delivery. So we're collecting this feedback, and then we're actually feeding it back into the system. What does that mean? We're giving it to the facility managers. They are able to see, anonymized, need to be clear, they're actually able to see on our dashboards verbatim what the mom said. And they're able to see from my facility, this is what moms are saying. And some of the actions that have been taken has just been the facility in charge saying, oh, I didn't realize this. taking that money from SHA and buying curtains to put between beds. Because you're delivering, then 5 people just show up. Nobody has asked you, is it okay if they observe? No, yeah, it's horrible. You're standing waiting for a lab. I mean, one in charge, just put a bench for pregnant women. Imagine, like it's so simple. Yeah. But really ensuring that these voices are being heard. And then also understanding, I think now from a more technical perspective, we are also asking moms, especially during antenatal clinics, did you get your blood test done? Was your urine test done? And we're seeing that about 30% of moms are saying they'd never had a danger sign talk, birth planning, all the conversational aspects, which then we're saying we can complement that through prompts, because saying the nurse should do this and talk to the mom, they don't have time. They're understaffed. That's the truth. So let's complement that. But then we've also recognized that blood and urine tests are being done, but they're not getting what we call a complete ANC profile to identify risks. So we're actually taking that data and looking at the facility readiness, especially in the primary healthcare system, and feeding it back that, yes, a blood test was done, but what were the results shared? And seeing how do we then improve the system. So for us, we're really keen. We want the voice of the mom to be incorporated in the health system, and for them to actually know someone is listening, because to be honest, the suggestion boxes are not working. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, you said 7,000 women dying every year. And then I just divided by the 15-seater matatu. That means those are 467, if I could round off to the nearest, 467 matatus. If they were crashing, if we counted at the end of the year that 467 matatus crashed this year, don't you think the country will come to a standstill? Everybody, NTSA, Ministry of Transport, everybody will do something, isn't it? And so if that is what is happening, that particular data that helps us think through and see how best to improve services is really critical. And maybe I'll come back to you later, Cynthia, and ask you, is this feedback going to private institutions or government institutions, and what is the turnaround, especially in public facilities? So you can think around that later. As I come back to Dr. Nitu, I know the work that you do looks at the environment where this woman is staying in. Why do you think that is important in terms of checking the environment to speak into the data of why things are the way they are, especially on matters gender, let's say GBV and all these other conversations that we have?
Thank you for that question. Is this working?
Yes.
It is working. That's a great question, and I was actually reflecting on that as I was listening to the really important work that you're doing. I think one of the things, it's a big question to think about, like what's really, why are women being treated this way? Like what is really behind these behaviors and attitudes that women face in the hospital system, or in the banking system, or in the financial services? We've been having these conversations from yesterday, and what we're seeing is that across these different sectors, women are always feeling that their voices are not being heard, they're not getting the services that they deserve, they're not being treated properly, with basic dignity, with agency, with voice. And I think these are really the crux of the issue in thinking of patriarchy, and then being able to unpack it and measure it, to really understand like what are these community attitudes and behaviors, and what do they enable or disenable? And that's what we are trying to do with the work that we've been doing at FRAME, particularly the gender work, is to understand what's happening in communities, how are communities treating women. So with our platforms, which is also leveraging machine learning to make that, which is, another form of artificial intelligence to really produce data that is cost effective. But the idea is to really understand community level attitudes. So firstly, unpack like how are women doing in these communities? So what are the health outcomes? What are the economic outcomes? Do they have decision making? And then look at the second layer. How are the communities that they live in treating them? Like, are they respecting their decision making? Do they like or encourage women working? Do they want women to be financially independent? Do they want women to have household decision making power? As you know, like men often, make the decisions in homes. There are specific ideas about what women should do and what women should not do. So there are these community expectations around what women should do, and even women adhere to these beliefs, and which is all fine. But I think the end goal is to really be able to allow the individual woman to make her own decisions, whatever those are. And we want to understand what are the barriers in her community in terms of expectations and practices that are not allowing her to do that. And if she is fine with it, that's okay too. But we want the person to have the choice. And our goal in our data is to be able to unpack that and show that what is happening in these communities, which is driving certain outcomes for women, which is not allowing women to even access the services. Once they come to the services, they're facing all these challenges, which is also a reflection of the same attitudes from the other side. But it's really understanding that and then being able to provide that information to decision makers, implementers, service providers, to also go beyond. So there's one level of like, let's have good services, but there's also this other level of let's allow women to be able to come into those services. So we try to sort of provide information on both sides of the picture so that you have a holistic view.
Need to bring it closer.
Sorry, I got excited, clearly. So you have a holistic view of what's happening, and then you're able to sort of invest your scarce resources in trying to fight this fight, ultimately with the goal of being able to really give the woman the choice, the voice, and the agency, and then the quality of services that she deserves.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nitu. As you're speaking, I remembered what Cynthia said around a woman texting to ask whether they can eat an avocado or eat eggs. And so your kind of, the way you do your research helps us understand what happens in this community that makes women think they cannot eat eggs or they cannot eat avocados when they are pregnant. And so you take another layer for us beyond now what Cynthia is doing to check what area is this person living that then they have this difficulty. And maybe Mr. Kimoto, who is in the room and yesterday was on fire around Women Enterprise Fund, just also looking at, the issues that you were saying women are not uptaking. I think this is now the kind of a layer that we need to look at. What is the environment that this woman is living in that makes it difficult for her to uptake the Women Enterprise Fund, to fill in or, and so that is, again, something very useful. And speaking on the trade and credit matters, Vinay, I'm looking at the study that you guys did in Tanzania, and maybe you could shed some light on how you did it and what it meant for women economic empowerment.
Of course. For some background on what Florence is mentioning, and I spoke a little bit about this in the breakout session yesterday, for those of you who were there, but what APTI Institute and Data2X together did in 2023 was to work with a women's self-help group in Kisongo in Tanzania. It's called the Enyorata Loviluku Women's Group, and it's a group comprised of women from the Maasai community. And so they came together in 2019. These are all women who have small local businesses there. So a lot of them, sell small products along the highway. Some of them do catering. Some of them have small event type of work. And they came together and they started giving each other loans, and they started, doing a lot of repayment in good time, and they kept very good records of this. They got in touch with us in about 2022, and they said that, look, we have all of this data, but it was written. Is there any way that we can make any use of this data? And so what we did was to work with them, and we conducted workshops where we first spoke to them about how they could digitize this data and so create a digital platform. And within the community, I think there were about 3 people who knew how to use a smartphone, which was fine because you had these people as community leaders who would come together and who would enter all of this data onto the smartphone and create a database. And then we worked with some of the people there to go talk to banks and say that, look, these are women who don't necessarily have any other type of collateral or security because the land is not necessarily in their name, it's in the name of men of the community. But this is data going back 4 or 5 years that shows clearly how well women can borrow and how well they can really repay this, right? And so it proves, if anything, how good they are in terms of having a good credit history. And so what we did was to work with the bank to take all of this data and extend loans to the women as a group. And this was very important for us because initially something that the women wanted to do was to take loans as individuals. But we had to really convey to them that the issue with this is that when you have individualized data being shared with other institutions, it opens up women to a lot of problems, a lot of potential harassment, a lot of potential difficult issues. And so instead of this, if we can aggregate this data and share it with the bank, that removes the capability of the bank to target individual women. And given that this group has existed and worked together, there's a level of trust, the bank extends the loan to the group, and the group then gives loans to individual women. And so what we were able to do really was to bring women who don't really have any other collateral into a formalized banking system, but also importantly in a way where that data that they're sharing is not used in ways that can then affect them, that can harm them or be detrimental to them. And I think that's a really, really important point. And really this ties back to something a little larger that Honorable Harriet Chigai mentioned earlier, is that it's not just enough that data about women is collected. It's important that women are involved in every step of that data cycle, because when you have men looking and collecting women about data, there's a certain gaze that they approach that collection with. But when you have women collecting this data, bringing it together for themselves, it really has a transformative effect. And I think that was something that we were able to surface with the women in Tanzania.
Yeah, wonderful. I think as you speak, I'm looking at the champions from the grassroots who actually are part of the data and who are in the room today because they are part of the data. And so that is a very critical thing, that the people who are in the data are also present in the room when we speak about this particular data. So thank you very much. Diana, you said your methodology is different. Tell us about this methodology of yours around land rights and around food systems.
Thank you, Florence. I will speak to how we've been collecting data in agriculture and in trade, but not before I speak to how we engage with data in public finance management. That is essentially government budget in Kenya, national government budget, and county budget. Florence, you say we need to ensure that the people who are in the data are well considered. But our methodology is based on the fact that data is just facts, numbers, and experiences. Who are the owners of those experiences? It is the women, it is the citizen. So we argue very, very strongly that all data must therefore first be owned by the women at the very basic level. So when it comes to budget, what we have done is we've created a number of innovations, and first is something called a public debt dashboard. In here, we analyze Kenya's public debt, and then we link it to what is the impact it has had through AI, data science, those complex things. We explain what is the likelihood, but we do not stop there. We go back to the citizen to tell us how are they experiencing government services. And based on their lived experiences, on health, on agriculture, on trade and education, that data becomes, because I am an activist, I'll say weaponized for deployment so that government can get its priorities right, okay? And people's lived experiences, when they are aggregated together and they look similar, they are even more powerful. But even just a single experience, we notice that government responds with statements. In the agriculture and trade sector, it is interesting to hear that the Women Enterprise Fund was on the receiving end, and I hope my colleagues were sharing the data. We've been working with women traders to map markets, especially in Nairobi, Vihiga, and Kiambu. And when we mapped the markets, we started by just one factor. What is the time that you use to address your needs as a woman trader? And then we compared that with the period that men traders in those same markets need to take care of themselves. By this I mean, a woman trader akikuja asubuhi, how long do they take to have their apron? When they go to the washroom, for a short call, for a long call, they are on their menstruation period, how long do they take? Where are these toilets? And we found most markets at that point, when we started in 2022, right now there are many modern markets, had no toilets. So the man walks for about maximum 2 minutes to a fence. That's the longest. And they stand. But a woman must cut all the corners, get out of the market, go and borrow a washroom from a shop, pay, and you see it's the negotiation. Ninaomba unisaidie. Then we package this type of data and present it to the stakeholders to tell them this is the loss this is what we are losing in terms of time just for not being responsive. And we also just analyze together. And our analysis is we sit together with the traders, the men bring their perspectives on leadership, and the women as well. They bring their perspective on structure, how well all of us can wrestle the truck that is bringing supplies and potatoes and so on. And based on that, we are able to develop alternatives. In the agri-food system, and I think yesterday some of you heard from especially Vihiga County, where for them they have the innovations I hear in Tanzania, in India, of GIS and what is being grown everywhere. But we went with the women and the youth and realized we can have government rolling out all these empowerment programs. But the land is not owned by the women. But the women in Vihiga have not stopped at that. And even in Kakamega, they are leasing land. I think a lot of work has been done to let them know that this is a critical factor of production. So we've worked with them to create lease agreements that just work for the particular environment. And based on their own analysis, we are questioning government provisions that say, most probably linked to the Women Enterprise Fund, for a woman to qualify, to join a certain, let me speak more to the Inua Jamii program for elderly women, vulnerable children, and persons with disability. For women with disability, they must be fully registered by the National Council for Persons with Disability, assessed in a medical facility, yet we realized over 20% of the women and youth with disability have acute disability, they have no ID, okay? And you're even creating a second layer of a second level of registration. Now, for doctors to move, that is why the innovations of it's called digital health and so on. Digital health are beautiful, for doctors to move from their hospital location to the ground, there must be facilitation. Is it budgeted for? No. Will those people ever feature in Inua Jamii? If you Inua Jamii without the farthest behind, what are you doing? Unaangusha Jamii. So we've created different packages of data, so you won't find one data set for Kenya. You will find a data set for a county, a sub-county, ward level, so that the issues and the problems of women and youth are verbalized in the, it's called the most, in the realest terms. In the realest terms. So that's what we are doing. I hope that is data. And it has, AI can find its way in there as well.
Thank you so much, Diana. As you're speaking, I am visualizing so many things. And the things that government sometimes forgets to consider because we do collect data at, high level, and then the nuances miss out. There's one time we had a conversation we had a Women In series of women in construction. And ideally, when you think women in construction, you're probably thinking architects. But we looked even at the plumbers, we looked at the ones who do the gardening on the road because they are given those particular tenders, the ones who bring food to the workers. And we realized within the construction sites in Kenya, there is no toilet for a woman. Like nobody thought a woman would be at the construction site, so there is no toilet. So when you're speaking about the toilets at the market, and the man easily being able to save time and go to the fence, and the woman not being able to find a place to relieve herself. I mean, really, if that data again, and that's why this Women in Data Summit is critical, if it is not nuanced to that level, then we are still missing the point, even in matters development and investment. And so, Cynthia, you talked about what you're doing to help capture the voices of women in the health sector, especially around maternal health. And of course, you told us this figure of 467 matatus crashing every day, 15-seater. I mean, every year. And that should be definitely prick our conscience. But this data that you're collecting, these voices that you're collecting, are government hospitals getting the feedback? And what does the data say in terms of response and transformation in those areas?
Yeah, thanks. So I think, let me start also nationally. For us, we are in 23 counties. Last year, we had over 580,000 moms join the platform. But our approach and our focus is to reach really the underserved. And majority of deliveries are done in public facilities. So even when we go to a county, we are going to the county and working with the county. We don't go on our own. So even a mom who's on prompts, who knows she's on prompts, she'll receive a welcome message from the county. And what we've done is also ensure that, so it's majority, about 90% of the facilities we work with are public. But now we've seen also more and more to actually impact the health system. So for example, referrals, and in counties such as Mombasa, Mombasa is 50% public, 50% private. So Mombasa County has said you have to work with these private facilities. And we've said yes. We're okay, we'll go where we're needed. So we're actually focusing more, and then when it comes to the decision making, we're engaging as well the higher levels within the county health management system so that decisions are being made also around resourcing. So when we're looking at resourcing, we are able to look at not just the county feedback from moms or what we're collecting, but we're able to go down to the facility and categorize, like Diana said, to sub-county, ward, etc. so we can identify problem spots. And when you identify the problem spots, you're then able to say, okay, where do we put this money we have? Here's a problem spot, or here's a gap. If you were to invest in this particular sub-county hospital, for example, and maybe the next level 3, you can reduce mortalities for both moms and babies by a certain percentage. So we're using that data to now help senior levels of leadership within the counties to make decisions around resourcing. So this is, so I think, and this is the power of data. And as you said, it can't just be juju here. You have to go to what is it? And data is a number. I think you mentioned it, Nitu. It's a number. But without insights, without understanding what is behind that number, because people tend to do that a lot. There's a number, oh yeah, 5,000, 7,000. I think you put it so well, Florence, 460 matatus. What does that really mean? Everybody today here is here today because they were delivered. And there was a delivery. And it was successful.
Yeah.
And you were taken care of when in the first 5 years of your life. Maybe you had challenges, but we're all here because of that. So if we're not taking care, and 7,000 does sound small, but if you're not taking care of that as a country, as a people, of life being brought in, then what are we really taking care of? So it's not just the number, it's actually what is behind it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anita, I'm going back to you on the fact that the kind of way you collect data is more around the environment and the society and the things that make women make the decisions that they make. How would you package the kind of research that you do or the way you do the research if we were to put a case of gender-based violence? How could that be useful to governments in terms of being able to track behavior change? Are we able to do that with the kind of methodology that you use?
Great question. Yes, definitely. I think the work that we do is cross-cutting. So it is applicable across sectors, and of course, there are specific nuances to specific sectors. So, if you're specifically thinking of gender-based violence, there'll be a slightly different approach. But the overall approach, in terms of how the data is produced, to provide this really localized information, we also go down to the ward level. So our data is produced. It can actually go even below a ward level, but decisions typically are made at the ward, county level. So that's the level we aggregate and provide the data. But in terms of how the framework works and how it provides decision-making architecture for implementers or program purposes so there are a few different things that I'll have to sort of, I can tell you a little step by step. I think the first part of it is the most important piece, or depending on who you are, maybe for me because I'm a researcher, is the measurement piece. Like how would you measure attitudes and norms and behaviors around gender-based violence? And how would you measure that in the most scientific way possible? So that what you have in the end is a valid and reliable indicator. Because where you have data, you also have opinions about data. So you want to make sure that your data is rock solid, that you show it to a government agency or you show it to anybody. They're not going to be able to question it and say, oh, you're just throwing this number. It has no meaning. So you have to make sure that that data is produced in the most rigorous and scientific way possible. So that's level one. So you produce that. Then, of course, it's about, like everybody here says, it can just be a number, but just a number can mean nothing. You need to be able to, the second level is how do you use that information? Mm-hmm. And so the way we do it is we provide we provide the data in a publicly accessible dashboard situation so that it's easy for you to sort of go in and interact with the data, and it gives you different types of information. So it sort of takes you through through different types of information that allows you to make different decisions. So the first, for instance, if you're thinking of GBV, gender-based violence, the first is, let me map Kenya, and maybe I'll be looking at the county level, and look at the prevalence of gender-based violence. So what is the prevalence? Like, which are the counties that have very high gender-based violence? So our approach is, first we provide you with a map which will show you the prevalence of gender-based violence across wards, counties. So you can assess, if you're, say, if you're working in a county, which wards you want to focus on, because those are the places that have the highest prevalence. Then the second part is, okay, now what do we do about it? We understand that there's a very high level of prevalence, so let's look at the second aspect. So the second aspect is to understand what are the community attitudes and practices around gender-based violence. So, and this is a little more complex, but the basic idea is it acceptable in this community for women to be physically beaten? Or is it acceptable for women to be beaten if they do something that is considered wrong? So like, there are different ways to unpack it, so there's a whole way of how you would measure it. So understand these community practices that make women susceptible to violence, and even women accept violence. The women themselves will say, it's okay for my husband to beat me if I've burnt the food, So we try to, get data on that kind of community practices. So that'll give you a sense of, again, across these wards, are we seeing differences? Are there places where these practices are stronger? Are there places where there's less? And what does that tell you? And is that correlated with the prevalence of violence? And most often in our research, we see it's very strongly correlated. So in places where there are higher prevalence of these attitudes, GBV is higher. So you get that idea. Then the third piece of our work is then for you to be able to segment and dissect and see, okay, which ward, what kind of practices are prevalent, and what's behind them. And then what can we do to shift those practices in terms of messaging? Understanding who are the influencers in these communities. Can we do like messaging campaigns? We also collect a lot of information about what kind of social media or mass media that people listen to in specific areas. So you have a good understanding of people's media habits. You have a good understanding of who are the influential people in these communities. So if were you to do a messaging campaign, who would you use? Would it be the religious leaders? Would it be influential women in those communities? Would it be somebody else? So we provide that kind of information. So then you kind of have a playbook. You understand what's the prevalence, what are the practices, where are the places that are most in need, and who is the best medium to reach them. Yeah. So it's really about providing that whole segment by segment information so that you can ultimately use your resources to target the areas that are most in need, and also with the best strategy that is going to work in those communities. So that's really the idea.
Yeah, so for the people in the room who, do a lot of advocacy work, I think that's the kind of data we need to help us really devise communication campaigns, advocacy campaigns that really touch on the pain points of women, because then it gives us a basis of why this particular message for this ward and not this message for this different ward. Maybe, Nito, before I go to Vinay, is which countries do you work in that you do this kind of work?
This particular work right now it's very well developed in Kenya and Nigeria, but we are hoping to move into other countries too. But these are the two places that we've been working for in the last 2-3 years. So we have a whole framework, and we have this data publicly available. So if you want to access this data, please reach out to me. I can provide you the link that gives you access to it. And we've been wanting to work in India, but it's been really hard just for you. And personally, for me, it would have been lovely, but it's been very challenging politically.
Oh, politically challenging.
Yeah.
I hope Namla in South Africa, it will not be politically challenging to be able to utilize this kind of data, and especially because as a continent, we are looking at how do we accelerate Agenda 2063. And so some of these nuances help us see and track and then go back, whether we need behavior change, whether we need attitude change, whether we need resource, allocation. And I think that would help us, really move with the women and girls as we go along. Vinay, I want to know, I know you mentioned work in India and also in Tanzania. Is there any work going on around any other African country that we could relate to? I have here journalists from different African countries, and I'm sure they would want to know what is going on in their own country, or if there is any other research that is going on in any of these countries.
So we ourselves don't do any work in any other African countries, but I think there's really some very, very interesting examples across Africa. One of the ones that really stands out to us is called Abalobi. It's based in South Africa, and they started as an app for small fishers in coastal South Africa to really, find ways for them to help them track, the fish they're catching, different patterns, and get insights. And that's really how it started. And so, it was also a sort of, I guess, fish, like sea to fork sort of system. But one of the really interesting things that came out, and it wasn't something that they started with, was that as they were doing this and they wanted to do sort of a full scale across the whole chain, some form of traceability, they noticed that a big component in between, once the fish were caught and brought back to the village, was the cleaning of the fish, the cleaning and the processing. And all of this was done by women in the community. But this was labor that was unpaid, because it was assumed that as daughters, as mothers, as wives, they would see it as a duty to do it, when it really isn't. It's labor, right? And so what...
I almost said the audacity.
It is, absolutely. And this isn't something that we've seen just in South Africa, but this is something you see across the world, where in many communities, the labor of women is seen as, it's your duty to do it, you're not going to get paid for it. But by visibilizing this through the app, they got remuneration for the women to do it. And what they also did was to help set up wallets on the app so that the money went to the women and not the men of the family. And it also helped the women do some amount of planning with this. And so I think that is a very key component. Mm-hmm. And the other component I want to highlight, and it's something that you said as well, is that there's a lot of conversation about data as numbers, data as statistics, right? But data is also facts, data is also stories. And when we look at communities, especially communities across the Global South with a lot of indigenous cultures, we have a lot of indigenous practices and habits that we've held on to for generations. And typically, these are practices where women are the stewards of these practices, right? But what often happens is when you look at individual data points and not look at these as information, as stories, these practices end up getting lost. And so, and we've seen an example in Thailand, for example, where they created a platform. It's called the Women in Water Governance Platform. And the idea there is that this is all along the Mekong River. And there has been overexploitation of the Mekong River and its resources. But the indigenous women who have lived and who have used the river, they have come together to create a platform where they can share their practices and stories. And these are practices and stories that talk about how to treat the river with respect, how to use it for their benefit, for the community's benefit, but also in a sustainable manner. And these are things we see across the world, where especially women are stewards of these practices, because these are sort of the more, colloquially termed as regular or day-to-day things, but are of critical importance, right? And so I think to bring these together, to really surface this is really critical. And to do that, and it's really, really nice to see so many grassroots champions here, because they're really the people who can really bring this out quite well.
Thank you so much, Vinay. Diana, what are the voices telling you And not the voices in your head, but the voices from the data, and how we can link that with what the grassroots women are doing on the ground to bring transformation. Especially, I know what you're very focused on around budget and holding governments, whether it's county level or national level, accountable to women and the issues that you're seeing from the data.
Thank you. This is the easier question. What are the voices telling us when we look at budget? Kenya rolled out gender-responsive budget, and it has been ongoing for more than 10 years. Is our budget gender-responsive?
Cynthia has said no.
No. Cynthia, wewe na mimi tuko hivi. But wamama, are our budgets gender responsive? No. If anything, when government thinks about gender responsiveness, they think about department. They create a ministry, and currently, the Ministry of Gender, Kenya has a 4.3 trillion budget. The Ministry of Gender has 1.1 billion. It is less than 1%. Women, are we 1%? Is the power dynamics between men and women 1%? No, it is not. So when you think about what the voices are telling us, they are telling us stop over-processing data because you lose where it is important to invest, and especially in the sectors of agriculture, trade, health, education a bit in terms of transition, retention, and so on. But health, agriculture, and trade, the data is just saying we are not using the realities on the ground. As a result of that, I am hoping somebody's analyzing how SHA is helping men and women. How all the innovations around trade and women economic empowerment. I missed what happened yesterday, but our research has said that the data that is available, very wrong data, says women organize very well. So women form chamas. So we will only give them money through chamas. And we will give women money through chamas the same amount we give to an individual man.
So chamas, for those who don't know, East African French is groups, women groups that gather together. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Oh, we are regional. We are global. Sorry. My apologies. I can be. So the women groups are always programmed to get credit from government innovations. Sindio? We are supposed to be how many in a chama? 20 to 50. For us to start qualifying, the first band is how much? 100. We are 20. How much does each woman get? 5,000. We are 50. How much does each woman get? 2,000. Whereas there are similar packages where a man just gets a million, millions, and so on. AGPO. AGPO is our procurement mechanisms that are supposed to be very affirmative. They cater for women. I know very women who have said, I will never go for an AGPO procurement. Okay? Because the process of complying is harder and the contract you get is smaller. The data is telling us when you hear something called pending bills in counties and at the national level, the suppliers who have not been paid, who are going mad, are women. Okay? Because the process of maneuvering, and for this we have a research that we can share the process of maneuvering, the payment process, means you bribe, then you're sexually harassed, and then thereafter stigmatized in the society, it's no longer worth it. Yet the data, when it is projected, only says these are the number of contracts that were issued. The nitty-gritties are as important as the final curve that will be drawn. So I am happy that there are many grassroots actors and champions on data. I think let us ensure that we get our place. And this panel is beautiful because there is a lot of thinking of how we get the very local voices onto the table, onto the story. Women, if we see just a fact that is just a number without a story, let us dare to write the story as we view it ourselves. Because if we keep writing, AI will pick our stories. AI is lazy. And we are not lazy. The minute we write our stories, they will finally disrupt the inequalities that have existed over the years. And no data is not important. No data is insignificant. Finally, Florence, you're the one who is in the office of the president. Money follows functions. Money follows functions. Who own data on health in households? Ani anajuanga nani ni mgonjwa? Women, okay? Who own data on how food is put on the table? Women. Sindio? Who own data on whether the farm has been tilled to plant greens or not? Who owns the data on what we call unpaid care work, which is everything we do? Who owns it? Who budgets every day to make sure our children are not hungry on the streets? And who should be owning the resources? Who should be the Director General of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics? Money must follow resources. We can't be begging. We are the owners of data. We are the owners of critical functions in Kenya and across the globe. Yeah.
On that fiery note, I open for questions from the floor. Yesterday, I think there was a session you felt there were no, we wanted to ask questions. There was no time. So today there is time. I'm seeing 2 hands, 3 hands, 4 hands on this side, and I'm seeing 1 hand. But this one was fast. So we start here, and then we go this side. If your question is directed to a particular person, please say it. If it's general, any of the panelists can pick it up. Thank you.
Okay, good morning one more time.
Good morning.
I am Eva Njuguna from Kiambu County here in Kenya, and I'm a grassroots woman champion with Roots Kenya. And today morning, we've just been asked, this is a general question. Today morning, we've just been asked what was most exciting from yesterday. Unfortunately, we are ending today. If we had tomorrow, I think there should have been a question, what was most touching or most, is it annoying from today's session? Because personally, I'm so touched by the data that 80% of maternal deaths are preventable. And if there's something we should take home, is that. Because it's not enough to just be told that 80% of maternal deaths are preventable. So what are we going to do about it? So that next time we come here, it will not be 80%, it will be 0%.
Amen.
Because no one should die giving birth, especially when it's preventable. Now, my observation about all this is that there's a relationship between maternal death and GBV. There is a relationship. I may not have the data at hand, but being a grassroots woman, I know exactly what I'm talking about. That sometimes women don't just die because they went to hospital late. There was a reason why they never even went in the first place. And some of these issues interrelate or are related to GBV. We are responders of GBV, and we well know what it amounts to. And it can amount to maternal death because of various reasons that I think are obvious. So as I close, I said this is just a general observation, but of course I'm touched by that matter of people dying while giving birth. I think that one is something that should be worked on like yesterday. We don't just want, we as grassroots women, we don't just want to be at the table, as they say. We want to be part of the menu. We don't just want to be at the table as far as data collection and the whole data cycle is concerned. We want to also be part of the menu. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for explaining the menu bit. I was a bit worried, but menu in terms of the data. Thank you so much. All right, there are 4 hands on this side. Thank you for your observation. One of my contributions around the working group on GBV was we need to interrogate every death, every single death that happens in this country, especially of a woman. If they died at home or they died in hospital when they went to give birth, you need to link that and find out what happened at home before she got to the facility. Because you will call it a maternal death, but there were other factors if we don't check. We should have started from the back. Where is it? Okay, it's okay. You stood up. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Albert Winfred Maina, a grassroots champion from Growth, Kenya, representing grassroots women in Nairobi County. And maybe as we started, we have said that 7,000 to 8,000 women die yearly because of maternal health. And something came up into my mind, and I remembered a friend who I met, and she was like, my sister has died. And before the sister died, she underwent the surgery, and the surgery was successful. She gave birth. But after giving birth, the nurses are speaking into the room, and they are saying that we left a cotton inside her stomach, and I don't think she'll survive. They thought the woman had died, but the woman was still alive. So after they left, she called the mom, and she was like, they're saying I won't survive, but the child survived. So my question is, my concern is the professionalism in the hospital. Most days, maybe that woman, no woman goes into the labor room wanting to die or thinking that she will come out died, or the child is the one that will survive. But our women die because of lack of professionalism. Also, I'll just say that ignorance. And at the same time, I look at my situation. One day last semester, I went to the hospital in our institution, and I had a stomach upset. And me going to that institution, it was lunchtime. I know the government don't work at lunchtime. But I look in a situation like, what if that stomach could have caused my death? And they're saying that it's lunchtime, I should come at 2 p.m. I decided to go to the hostel to rest a bit, but that stomach is still aching me. I go back to the facility at 2 p.m. They said I go at 2 p.m. I find that doctor on a phone call. He's still talking on the phone call, and I'm crying there. I'm crying out my stomach, like it's painful. And he talks to the phone for around 15 minutes, and I'm like, I was like, I want to get outside, but I can't get outside because I'm in pain at the same time. So my question is, or my concern is to the health facilities. They should not be ignorant, and at the same time, let them work with profession, because we are trusting them with our lives. we are testing them that we want to live. And another thing is the medicine they give us, please, they should just check on them, because some of our friends are being given family planning to prevent, or not to prevent, but they have menstrual cramps. We are being given FPs. We are being given family planning. We should not be given family planning because we do not know their hormones. We might lack kids there in front. So I think that doctors should work with professionalism. Thank you.
Maybe I'll put that into a question for you, Cynthia, around how do we track, how you collect data around women's experiences in facilities, and how we can amplify that to help us transform service delivery within facilities. Yes, next.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Kellen, a grassroots champion from Embu County. Mine is to thank Jacaranda, Thumb Up, for the work they are doing. And when it comes to health, the women are the bearers of that heavy burden. But now I have, even as I thank you, I'll ask you a question. Why should you go where you are welcomed? You are doing a good work. As women of grassroots, we support you. Because that woman who is down there at my village needs that information. When she wakes up vomiting, she asks a question. When she eats her egg and starts scratching, she has that platform to ask you a question. I think we should support your work and reduce this gap of deaths of women. Another thing is the 33% of women seeking care when they are late, almost giving birth, that gap won't be there because we have the information. I'll be aware. When I'm feeling this, I'll ask you, Jacaranda, where can I get help or what I'll do. But please go to every county. We are waiting for you. Thank you.
Please remember to tell us which specific counties you are in or you are not in, so that there is, I didn't see that hand, but yes, I had seen the ones behind.
Okay,
so I hope you guys are taking note. Most of them are landing on you, Cynthia.
I'm Sheikh Alingo from Busia County. I'm here for She from Gross, Kenya. I'm happy to be here. And there is a question that has been disturbing me for quite some time. And my question goes directly to our sister, the principal in gender research.
Me too.
Women in our continent, Africa, are going through a lot. To be employed somewhere, you must have sex with somebody. For example, there was a manager in one of the companies in one of the African countries. Everybody knows him. He's Mr. Ngonga. He did it with 400 women. There is a senator in Cameroon. This senator, good senator, her name was deleted from the registry. And the position was given to somebody else, who is now was sworn in as a senator, not in Kenya, but in Cameroon. In her iterations, what she said, when you are a political leader, or you are maybe an appointed or nominated, there is something you have to do. Some other things you have to do for you to be given that position. There was a governor in Nigeria who was always working with her husband wherever she was going. praising and singing for her. But unfortunately, the good governor was impeached. I don't understand the reason as to why women are going through a lot, and we, as people advocating for the right of women, and also our sister who is from the office of the president, what are we doing in this continent of Africa? Because the only people who have these bad behaviors are Africans. What are we doing so that we protect our women and the girls from this heinous act? Because there is also sex for grades. Am I lying? So my question, kindly our good people, can we help our sisters and mothers? To our sister from Jacaranda, thank you so much for whatever you are doing. Our women are dying, our wives and daughters are dying in hospitals. Because sometimes you might find as somebody who is supposed to take the responsibility of that patient, she's a woman. Her fellow woman is in a labor room. She's supposed to attend to her. But at the same time, they said, doctor who is a nurse, she's there seated, chatting. And then you find that by the time she's chatting, huyu mtu anapoteza her life. What are we doing as the people advocating for our mothers and the girls to protect our people? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Luckily, I am the moderator, and people within the office of the president are in the room. So I will send that question to them. Please be ready, whether it's your Romana, Sylvia, Claire, Rotich, to answer any of those questions. The questions specifically to the office of the president. So prepare yourself at some point. I'll get you the mic because I'm the moderator today. And I think just so that I don't lose it, one of the questions asked is, especially from the gentleman who's just spoken, is sexual harassment in the workplace. With the kind of research you do, are we able to track that? Are we able to utilize the methodology that you use? I know Uganda is getting into an election. Tanzania already doing it anytime now. How are we able to use the methodology that you have to be able to track sexual harassment for female politicians? So you can try and contextualize that as we come back to you. The other hands on this side, the two, 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me do this. I'll take this, the gentleman in a red sweater, the lady in a green dress, if my eyes are not lying, and then we'll take another round. Don't worry, we'll take another round so that you can answer those questions. Now I remember that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Anthony Mutunga, an economist from Machakos County. And my question is directed to Diana Gishengo, Executive Director, TISA. You have talked about budget allocation for the gender ministry being a merely 1 billion compared to 4.3 trillion. Then, having listened to the opening speech by Dr. Dlamini Zuma about the incorporation of women in programs, government programs, so I've asked myself, is allocation for women only reflected in what is allocated for gender ministry? And I tend to agree no. So my issue is, since we are talking about women in data and gender mainstreaming across all government programs, so how do we ensure, apart from what is allocated in the gender ministry, the other programs, because other critical sectors must be allocated finances, if it's roads, if it is energy, it is water, it is health. How do we ensure that there is increased uptake of women involvement, either in the workforce or in the implementation of the programs of the government and its entities, because that's how we can increase the budget absorption by women in government and county departments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have an answer to that one, but I'm the moderator, so I leave it to Diana. Yes?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Jedida from Homa Bay County. My question it's about health. The lady from Jacaranda, you will take this question. Me as a victim, there was a day I was sick this year early, and I went to health facility. Getting there, I was so sick, and getting into the facility, I just walked in and asked if they can look for me malaria or pneumonia, because I was having fever. I was not well. Imagine getting there, I found I think he was a clinical officer, and those ladies around him, these are nurses, these nurse aiders. So the clinical officer just looked at me. He was on his phone. He didn't care, and I was restless. I just asked him, can I get up and sleep in this stretcher, this one they use for moving patients into the wards? He didn't care. I was there at around 11 a.m. in the morning until 3 a.m. Getting the results from lab, I was having blood infection. But I was feeling I had a malaria. That was on a Sunday. I was taken to ward. The nurses came and gave me a drip. Nobody was caring to check whether the drip is over. Now the blood is now coming on this tube. I am sick. Monday, on Tuesday now I was dying because I was diarrheaing yellow, vomiting yellow. I couldn't help. Then all of a sudden I saw this subordinate, a woman who was sweeping the wards. I talked to her. She went and called the doctor. When the doctor came, he looked at me and I was cried, and I told him, you want me to die? It's when you pretend you are taking action. He didn't talk. He looked at me. And then he called a nurse and told her, put another line on her hand, then bring a drip for malaria. Imagine I didn't wait. I called my son, I called my husband, and I asked for a discharge. I get out from that hospital, and I went to another hospital. Here it is where we are crying for a qualified doctors, professionals, because some of them go there just for money. They are not doing their job. And at the reception, when I was still asking for at least they give me a place to rest, another man came with a suit. He was well. Imagine the CEO left me there and attended the man with the suit. Imagine I was bitter. So we are crying for the best qualified people in the health centers. Second question is about GVB. Where I come from grassroots, when I get home, when I retired, we went home. And there I found many primary girls, these early pregnancies. It touched me. And I went to another lady and asked her, who did this for your daughter? And that was her first daughter. We talked, and she told me the boy. And I told her, please, can you go and report? She told me, I'll try. She didn't. And I took that burden as mine. I went to her again. I told her, let me take you where you can report this. She told me, no. They called me Mama Boy. No. If I do that, the family of that boy, they will come and attack me. And then I told her, now what do you do? But you just leave. I know how I will go about it. I felt it. How can we help these challenges of young women in the grassroots? Their daughters are being violated and they don't know what to do. If we can have at least knowledge there at the grassroots so that one day one of these boys or these men, these married men who are taking advantage of these small daughters, get into prison and serve it for the wrong thing they are doing, I think it can help there at the community grassroots. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want us to take those questions because I want us to end at 11, and then I'll quickly, if your question has not been asked, is when you will ask. Sawa sawa. Tusirudie swali na tujaribu tufanye ikue fupi. Thank you. So maybe we just take them so that when we run through, we finish. There's a hand there. There's a gentleman behind you. You've left him. The hand was up before. Kama ilikuwa before. If it has just arrived. Question, short and sweet. Not long, please. So that we can manage time and also go to the breakaway session after tea.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Erastus Okomo. I'm an economist from Nairobi County. I'm glad to be here because I'm able to learn a lot of things about gender, data, and women in data. Now, I'm always very precise. I'll take my question to Cynthia, the Executive Director for Jacaranda Health. I'm very happy because of the innovation that you have put in place to help the mothers while they are undergoing their pregnancy. Because I want to believe that most of the maternal deaths, they may not be happening just on that day. They might have been things that accrued from the period that they were undergoing their pregnancy. So then taking them through that period may also be a way of preventing those maternal deaths. Now, yesterday when Daktari talked about, the Daktari that was there, the director of Digital Health Agency, talked about the digitizing health records, patients' data, so that it is easier to access this data from every hospital. And I think maybe when the government does this, they mostly do it for the public hospitals. I don't know whether the private sector, the private players in health, you have a collaboration with the government so that when this thing is rolled out, then me as Erastus, if maybe I visit Jacaranda Health Care, my records and my data can be found there. Because you realize there's some emergency cases where a patient is not able to speak. And maybe healthcare providers that are here, they know very well that for you to intervene, you must be able to understand the history of this patient. Some data that includes even allergies. And this can only be available when we have quality data of this patient available for the healthcare provider. So is there any collaboration that the private players are having so that we can access this data both in the public hospitals and also in the private hospitals to at least prevent some unfortunate situations? Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, you're giving me a paragraph. I want a sentence. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Alice Mushiri, and I'm glad to be here. And I'll first, this is directed towards Cynthia. And let me first commend you for the job that you're doing. And my question or concern is, we have contraceptives available readily in the market for every woman, every girl to go buy. And from my understanding, sometimes I think we should have blood work done for the girls or the women before they take the contraceptives, because this will prevent many of the complications that women go through. Then another one is childbirth. Nowadays, we find that most of the girls or women want to go through C-section as opposed to normal childbirth. And sometimes we can see that insurance companies are encouraging girls to go through C-sections. Why? Because they are paying more. It's a higher premium. So what is being done about that? And I also just wanted to give a testimony. I am glad that all this is being done
We are
at
not doing
Jacaranda.
paragraphs.
Just one, please, kindly. I am also a victim of maternal or childbirth. Mine was more of neglect. And unfortunately, my baby firstborn passed away because I was neglected when I arrived at the hospital. Throughout my pregnancy, I was very okay until the last minute. But unfortunately, my baby died at 10 years old. Thank you.
Thank you. That hand I did not see. That one my eyes did not see.
Flo,
One sentence.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Mine is a concern, an observation, and I hope somebody can escalate and accelerate it. It matters concerning SHA and the working hours. Case in scenario, accidents that happened on Friday. Samaritans contributed for this gentleman who had an accident, motorbike, but apparently his case could not be approved because SHA does not work over the weekend. So it was being approved on Monday. He was having his operation on Tuesday. So my question, is there somebody who can accelerate this issue? Can SHA be working over the weekends? Because I think it cuts across the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I won't ask any of my panelists to respond to that, but I will ask the team from our office to just take note of that. There were so many issues that were raised around SHA as well and the gaps. So if we can pick it up from our end and highlight that. So that one we can commit to picking it up. Yes?
Good morning, everyone.
Did we finish this side, the hands? No, these ones were not there. There was, you put down your hand. You have put, okay, go ahead, quickly.
My name is Magdalene. I'm from Homa Bay. I'm here courtesy of Groots. I work for the county government. Mine is not a question, but I'm wondering, I want to wonder aloud. If in March we were celebrating 30 years on Women's Day since we went to Beijing, and because of Beijing conference, we have their third gender rule. Can we come up with something that will entitle the government that women data is taken care of? When we were looking at the theme for the Women's Day, we had equality, right, and empowerment for all women and girls. Now today we are talking about better data for women and girls. Can we do something big that will make us have a law on data? Thank you.
Claire, can we? I'm saying Claire because Claire is a lawyer and she's from our office. I'm whispering Claire so that I don't put you on the spot. I'm whispering, can we? And I think that's a radical one. Maybe Rotich, we could capture that for our final document. Yeah.
My name is Hadolkas Mudhone, kutoka Nyandarua. I'm a grassroots woman and I'm a Groots champion. Yangu tu ni swali ama ni jabu tu. Tunasema, we are saying that many women are dying during birth time, but we have those are infected. They have diseases when they deliver because enough facilities in the hospital. Can we have a data for them, or we follow them after they get birth and monitor their health?
Thank you. Monitoring women, because even maternal death is counted even after delivery. Then the two hands here quickly. Then we close because I don't want us to. Yesterday they picked away our tea because we took too long to have it.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I'm Grace Mwende, grassroots woman from Tharaka Nithi County.
Grace, a sentence. Thank you.
I'm a CHP, and I thank Jacaranda in Tharaka Nithi. We have We have you there. My question goes to Jacaranda Rede. Most pregnant women in the grassroots fear going to maternity clinics because they are being surrounded by very many students and they feel traumatized. I'm a victim. When I was sometimes back, I went for screening, cancer screening, and they came very many. And then I asked, can't there be at least one or two? Then I was told, if they fail to come, tomorrow you might not find me here, and you might find them. Then I was, let them be. But on my side, I felt this is not fair. So look at that.
Thank you very much. That again we can note from our end. Maybe we pick those ones because I'm not seeing. Oh, okay. Quickly, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Deborah, grassroots champion from Homa Bay County. Mine is general because it's affecting business, especially women in the market who are going there daily in order to earn their living. At most of the markets there are toilets which are pitched there. And these toilets are being paid like daily 10 shillings. And you know, just imagine somebody who goes to the market in the morning and maybe will go to the toilet like 2 or 3 or 4 times to pass urine or so. This is a woman who is affected because she's not generating any good income now because let's say I go to the toilet like 4 times, that is I have parted with 40 shillings. I came to the market with my own transport. I want to go home with something to go buy food and put on the table for my children. So to me, I feel something should be done so that the people who are in the market daily, because I know there are heads of the market, I don't know how they are being called, and they know the number of people who are doing business in the market there, and I think they should be given permission or given some particular amount that they should be paying probably in a month because they're the ones who are in that market like every day. Men come, they pass, and they don't usually use those markets, so they don't take money there. And these ladies are suffering. What can be done so that these ladies, their burden be eased a little bit?
Thank you. I think, Diana, you'll pick that one in terms of expounding more on what your data has been telling you, especially where you've been working in Nairobi, and what have you pushed forward, and whether there's been transformation. I think, ladies and gentlemen, these wonderful speakers will be with us during tea break, during the session. Grab one, ask a question, let them respond to you. So most of them are your questions, Cynthia. And so maybe I should give you that to respond to those questions. And I'm assuming you will summarize? Yes, please. You see, we care about our lives. That's why we're asking a lot around maternal health. Yeah.
Okay. So, first of all, I'm so sorry to all the people who have been treated badly. It's awful and it's wrong. I will skip some questions. I'm not a doctor. I also don't have answers to some of them. Excuse me, but I'll try and summarize. And I think the issues are the same everywhere. Actually, there's data around more deaths happening at night and weekends. Why? Staffing. You would think it could be fixed. It's not being fixed. The neglect. It's there. The quality of care that is being provided is why these deaths are happening. And this, from a global perspective and also a Kenya perspective, there's really a lot of discussion around quality of care. Now, as Jacaranda, what we do, aside from prompts, we actually have a mentors program where we upskill the nurses. And now we're also extending this national curriculum to go into CEOs, MOs, and other cadres. And what we're also doing is we're gathering that data and feeding it back into the system. So the teams making decisions are actually able to know, have people done these modules? How are we seeing improvements, etc.? And one of the main modules is called respectful maternity care. And I know of facility in charges who have seen cases of abuse from moms, and they have said, we're going to keep running these modules and take it quite seriously. That doesn't mean it's ended. Of course it hasn't. But there are actually champions within government and facilities who are pushing for it. And we're also taking, and just to quickly go on to the why only 23 counties.
Or maybe the names of the counties too.
The names of the counties.
Yeah.
Wow, all 23. We are along, if you remember the railway line, we're along the rail line from the coast to all the way out to Kisumu. Yeah. Okay. But I think it's not sustainable, to be honest. We're donor funded. These SMSs are free for mums. It costs us 70 million shillings a year to send and receive the messages from mums. We are donor funded. We've all heard about what happened with USAID. We don't have the money. So I'm going to throw it back to Office of the President to Saidia, please.
And I'm looking at my colleague.
Help us.
Yeah.
We're actually also working closely with the ministry to also integrate into ECHES, the CHP platform, to reduce our enrollment costs, so how we get moms onto the platform. Because we need money to be able to do what we're doing, and we're really looking now to see how can we be sustainable and the bigger role of government and institutes such as SHA to help, especially from a prevention perspective, and to reduce also the costs being incurred. Yes. But all the data we gather from moms, from nurses and providers, and from county health managers, we're feeding it back to decision makers. So it's not just moms today, but all of them. We collect data and we feed it back. Thank you.
We are soon going to have a conversation around maternal health as an office, and I think it would be great to have you present and just share the results you're seeing, the voices of the women. That is why this office is there, to create a platform to highlight the issues that are uniquely women and girls, and that the people who are the duty bearers can do what they need to do, because we are an advisory unit and not necessarily an implementing unit of government. One of the key issues on GBV NITU, we wanted to know, there are a lot of sexual harassment cases going on. There are a lot of planned elections going to happen, and therefore women will be at the center of it, trying to vie for positions of power. How can your tool and your methodology be used to track gender-based violence or sexual harassment in the workplace and also in the political space? Is it possible?
Thank you again. You don't make the questions easy. I was gonna sort of take a little broader approach to the question, because I think the question is really about sexual harassment and GBV, and there were two individuals who brought it up. One was, like you said, very specifically in the workplace, and the other one was more about response, like, you face rape and then you don't really report it, and what's behind it. And I think a tool like where we are placed is exactly to work in those spaces. So as you all know, like, GBV is really a very complex issue. because the question was like, what can we do about it? Why is this happening? So that's why I'm going a little broader. I think it is a very complex issue. We all know that. There are several aspects of it. There's, after GBV happens or you face sexual harassment, you need like legal systems in place for you to be able to report it. You need healthcare system to be able to provide you, to make sure that you don't end up having STIs or or a pregnancy that you didn't want. So you need the healthcare system to take care of you. So you need all of those services. That's really important. But I think what's really, really important, which we don't do too much of, is the prevention piece. Like, how do you prevent this from happening? Be it sexual harassment, be it sexual violence. And I think that's where we need to really invest. And that's where I think data like the one that we provide through Frame is really useful, because it's complex, but it's really, we have to stop it, and it only happens from us, and we need to understand what's happening in our communities, what are the attitudes that are promoting these kinds of behaviors, and we are the ones who need to advocate and stop it. So prevention needs to happen. Everything cannot, everybody, you can't put everybody in jail, so there is no legal solution to this problem. Like you said, it's rampant, it's everywhere, and it's not an African problem, it's a worldwide problem. I just want to make that very clear. And you can't put everybody into jail, like that's not the solution. The solution is really changing the minds and our hearts, and for that we need to do prevention. We need to understand what's behind it and work on those. And the data is there, the numbers are clear, and we're happy to provide that data. And again, we're also donor funded, so we need to figure out how to be sustainable, but the ultimate solution lies within us to understand where these practices come from, what are their roots, and to be able to challenge them. So that's really where we need to go.
Thank you, because what you do help us see and track behavior change and attitudes that maybe inform what happens in the workplace, and that's very critical. Diana, is it true that only when Ministry of Gender has money, that is when women are funded, or can we look at how do we ensure that finances across board are gender sensitive and involve women?
Thank you very much.
And also you can take the market question.
The market question as well. Thank you. The gender budget is definitely not just the Ministry of Gender. Me highlighting the 1.1 billion is just to show oftentimes how trivialized gender mainstreaming, gender responsiveness is. For us to ultimately attain gender equality in provision of government services, we will have to move to gender responsive budgeting across all ministries. And I think, Florence, you highlighted the fact that construction sites have nobody has thought about women. Yet we have a ring-fenced levy in the housing levy that is just about the housing sector, which is construction. If you think about it, when it is being formulated, nobody thought about how to integrate gender equality through the planning, the implementation. If we see any chance of women being included, it will be at the issuance of the houses, which is problematic because it means you are excluding women from earning the needed capital to ultimately own those homes. So especially for counties, the budget cycle is very clear and it's about to kick off. The national one kicks off on Monday. The SETA working groups are about interest, but we must redefine those to become about who are really the people. And gender responsiveness is not just women, is analyzing who are the users, who are the beneficiaries. One of the things in this particular plenary that shows that we are not gender responsive is health. We've had women expressing the concerns that they have about the health service delivery. Why is it that government, in their deployment of medical interns, have decided and mapped
In Tharaka Nithi, the only hospital we will fund that will therefore be rolling out interns is this one. Those interns, in turn, have to crowd. So for government, they are ticking a box of we are educating new medical practitioners. But nobody is thinking about how that is leaving women feeling and being addressed. So that tells you we are far from actualizing, because it's not just the figure, it's the entire cycle. Most countries that have made progress, they use gender-responsive tagging. And it needs to be something that the controller of budget looks out for, and the auditor general audits thereafter as part of their performance audit. It's a mandate of those offices, but we have secluded it because I work in the budget sector. I can assure you it is very masculine. It is extremely masculine. Previously, I worked on security and I thought security is masculine. Treasury is super masculine. Who has developed gender-responsive budgeting guidelines? NGEC, the National Gender Equality Commission. The perception is, I wonder, NGEC is never a player in the budget process. It is Treasury, the Planning Department, Parliament, Controller of Budget, Auditor General. Based on that, everybody else is in the periphery. People can be summoned by Murkomen and not go. But when the PS of Treasury summons you, your money is gone. So until we get to a place where Treasury and the critical actors in the fiscal space understand, and we move to gender responsive and gender tagging. The counties, it may be easier because Homa Bay, Machakos, we can come there and we have packages on gender responsive budgeting and implementation that can be rolled out in the entire process. The markets. How do we move from there? Please note, markets, and thank you for raising the example of Homa Bay. In Nairobi, it is informal by design. Okay? Most markets in Nairobi, kuna laini ya stima yenye ilipwi KPLC, inalipwa a certain broker. Then the line for water, garbage collection, security, all of them are informal by design because there is a need for it, there is revenue, and the lack of coordination is deliberate. However, where markets come together, organize, and agree to upset that particular cartel, government kicks in. So one of the markets that has improved a bit in Nairobi is Muthurwa. But one of the best models for markets and management of markets through the committees is Uasin Gishu and Makueni. In Uasin Gishu, all the services of the market, from sanitary, the toilets, the garbage collection, the cleaning, the allocation has been left to the market committee. And all the revenue goes to the county. A share is left to run that particular market, and the rest remains with the county government. Na hakuna mgogoro. Okay? So they have managed to take their politics to the right place. So in Homa Bay, I think we have networks, and we would be happy to help you organize. And then that way you can get to be in the county level. Florence, I know ukuwa unataka tuseme stories za SHA, tumesikia. Sisi wanaharakati, we will be laying it. Petitions are going to Parliament. Petitions will be available to all other offices because the pain we are feeling in this house, in this room, is just unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable because health is a right. Our taxes should resource our... What would be the thinking of SHA not working on a weekend? It is a health insurance with very, very high premium. And they also know that the structure, again, this is not even gender mainstreaming, it's humanity. where is the dignity in SHA if you can even imagine that they are working hours? It's very immoral. Please tell the office of the president.
It is live. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, my panelists. This is a conversation we would have gone on and on. I am wondering if my SG, the Secretary General from our office, can speak maybe when you're closing. Is that better, or do you want to speak now? So that you gather everything? Yes, and then you responded to it that way. And let's just appreciate, of course, the office for setting this up so that we are able to hear. Yeah, so that we are able to hear. How many times do we get such forums? To be able to hear the pain of women, pick it up, and see what else we can do with it in terms of transforming. Because until I was here, I didn't know that SHA does not work over the weekend. And I remember during the COVID season, one of the petitions we did when I was on the other side was petitioning the president with the curfews that you cannot say that we can't move at night because our babies come at night. And so women have to move at night, and the CHPs have to move at night to support women to deliver. So at night is when, I don't know whether it is African babies like to come at night, but they do. We don't know why. And very early in the morning as well. So your concerns are heard. They're in the right ears. At least you can ask me, Flo, what did you guys do? That one I can respond. But really, one of the key takeaways, again, I'm getting, we have beautiful innovations, but they cost money. And they are telling us things that normal data that KNBS is not telling us, because KNBS will be at this high level, but these are the nuances we need. So if it is our office speaking around women's rights, we need the nuances to say, hey, while this is good, there's this thing missing to tie the ribbon for the women and girls of this country. And so really, I appreciate your voice in this conversation. I appreciate what you're doing, and I'm hoping that we can accelerate what you're doing. Jacaranda Health across, frame what you're doing across African countries. That would be great to help us with the behavior change that we need on certain things, and to help us be able to track why we are not actualizing Agenda 2063 and why women are not feeling it on the ground. Thank you so much, Vinay, for sharing, coming all the way from India to give us examples of the research you're doing. Diana, I know this is your country, so you will not stop. You will continue speaking until we see the change that women and girls deserve. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being very patient. I want you to appreciate my panel this morning. And so I'll ask us to stand, take a photo, and then Mushiri will come and tell us where the tea is and also which session is after the tea break.
I am right here. I have to greet the panelists. You know, moderator is greeted like this because office of the president. All right. As you saw, we kept quiet so the photo can come out nicely. So we're happy about it. Asanteni sana. Let's give them another round of applause, please. So we're not at tea break. This is going to be, oh, yes, continue clapping. Thank you very much, my sister. Even me, I had forgotten. Thank you very much. So we're now at tea break. The tea is being served. Tea, coffee, chocolate, refreshments are being served in the same place as yesterday. we should be back in sessions at 11:30. I will give you an extra 10 minutes so that you can chew quickly. But feel free to just swallow. We will chew later. You hurry up and get back into the sessions so that we can move quickly. So we will be in our breakout sessions within the next 30 minutes. So that will be 11:45. Let's move quickly. That session, these sessions will be just an hour.
The way that health systems actually work, if you want to save lives and improve outcomes, is the coordination of all those different elements within the health structure to make sure that that person that needs the service gets what they want. You need all those things to actually work. And the reality on the ground is actually we have people dying more as a result of poor quality of care than are dying as a result of lack of access to care. The data and information that we require to make some of these decisions across the health system are not interlinked. So what we want to focus on in terms of conversation around the summit is how do we better understand that interconnection between what is happening at the facility level when a mother walks in and what goes on beforehand to help us understand the blocks, the barriers that means that she doesn't or she does have access to medicines.
Professor Nancy Buka, you've pioneered a lot of studies around gender data. What do you think universities can help or support Africa in terms of creating resilience in data?
You know, when you're thinking about resilience, I think there is an opportunity there for us to think about how local universities and local governments can think and start prioritizing funding of a lot of the research initiatives that we are involved in. We cannot have that resilience if we're not investing in the generation of that data from a local perspective that's nuanced, that is women-led, and that looks at the place of women across that value chain.
Women Enterprise Fund is a semi-autonomous government agency which is meant to empower women in terms of making sure they access affordable credit. The fund normally offers credit facilities to women, either in groups or individually. It also does capacity building. One thing we have noted in terms of our business is Women Enterprise Fund, women are best payers of the debts. So I think for us, we are doing much just to understand the landscape and get to fund the women on the needs they have. The needs are diverse. We started with group lending. Now we have found there are women who are saying this group lending things is not working for us because we need time to do other things, not to have the meetings on weekly basis. And we are not able to make decisions as a group of 10 or 5. I want to make my own decision. And I think we are coming up with individual products from the data we are collecting from the same women who are saying this is what we want.
Way that health systems actually work, if you want to save lives and improve outcomes, is the coordination of all those different elements within the health structure to make sure that that person that needs the service gets what they want. You need all those things to actually work. And the reality on the ground is actually we have people dying more as a result of poor quality of care than are dying as a result of lack of access to care. the data and information that we require to make some of these decisions across the health system are not interlinked. So what we want to focus on in terms of conversation around the summit is how do we better understand that interconnection between what is happening at the facility level when a mother walks in and what goes on beforehand to help us understand the blocks, the barriers that means that she doesn't or she does have access to medicines.
Professor Nancy Buka, you've pioneered a lot of studies around gender data. What do you think universities can help or support Africa in terms of creating resilience in data?
You know, when you're thinking about resilience, I think there is an opportunity there for us to think about how local universities and local governments can think and start prioritizing funding of a lot of the research initiatives that we are involved in. We cannot have that resilience if we're not investing in the generation of that data from a local perspective that's nuanced, that is women-led, and that looks at the place of women across that value chain.
Women Enterprise Fund is a semi-autonomous government agency which is meant to empower women in terms of making sure they access affordable credit. The fund normally offers credit facilities to women, either in groups or
Welcome to day 2 of the Regional Women in Data Summit 2025, happening here at Lake Naivasha Resort, where we meet again and make sure that policymakers are answering questions from grassroots women, looking at what are the gender data gaps, looking at what are the gaps within policy in 4 particular tracks: healthcare systems, public service delivery, food systems, and women economic empowerment.
What I'm excited most about this forum is the presence of 36 grassroots women who are representing the voices of their community. We cannot discuss women in data without the grassroots women in the room, and that is why in Groots Kenya, we believe that it is very important to put the grassroots women in these spaces so that they can be able to speak their realities.
What I'm most excited about is just to be able to listen to different people and the different data points that they're bringing into this discussion, and to forming a community of practice, you know, people who have one common denominator, which is uplifting the lives of women and using data to be able to inform a lot of the practices that they're involved in.
I think it has been a very encouraging day for me, and especially for the areas we engage in terms of women economic empowerment, the data which is required to be able to make better decisions, and also again the side of health. I think I've learned a lot why we need to keep this data. I hope in decision making, I hope in making sure work better. So for me, the day has been well spent, and I think the topic we are well selected, and I'm looking forward to the next conference. Thank you.
Okay, day 2 for me, I must say, looking at the topics that were identified, you realize that yes, we are speaking to the real felt need within our communities, within our region, and I would like to say that congratulations to the organizers even for identifying the topics, and this day has been great. Thank you.
Welcome to Day 2 of the Regional Women in Data Summit 2025, happening here at Lake Naivasha Resort, where we meet again and make sure that policymakers are answering questions from grassroots women, looking at what are the gender data gaps, looking at what are the gaps within policy in 4 particular tracks: healthcare systems, public service delivery, food systems, and women economic empowerment.
What I'm excited most about this forum is the presence of 36 grassroots women who are representing the voices of their community. We cannot discuss women in data without the grassroots women in the room, and that is why in Roots Kenya, we believe that it is very important to put the grassroots women in these spaces so that they can be able to speak their realities.
What I'm most excited about is just to be able to listen to different people and the different data points that they're bringing into this discussion, and to forming a community of practice, people who have one common denominator, which is uplifting the lives of women and using data to be able to inform a lot of the practices that they're involved in.
I think it has been a very encouraging day for me, and especially for the areas we engage in terms of women economic empowerment, the data which is required to be able to make better decisions, and also again the side of health. I think I've learned a lot why we need to keep this data. I hope in decision making, I hope in making share work better. So for me, the day has been well spent, and I think the topic were well selected, and I'm looking forward to the next conference. Thank you.
Okay, day 2 for me, I must say, looking at the topics that were identified, you realize that yes, we are speaking to the
It is actually my profound honor to welcome you to Naivasha for the Regional Women in Data Summit 2025. Today we gather not simply for another summit, but for a defining moment in our regional journey. A moment where we move beyond conversations to action, where evidence is transformed into policy, where data brings dignity, and where numbers tell the living stories of resilience, strength, and possibility for the women and girls of Africa.
How can we ensure that data actually enables agency? What do I mean by that? I mean that we need to move beyond saying data is just for them, to actually bringing data back into the hands of the women on the streets, so that those women can actually use the data to improve their businesses, actually can use that data to improve their farming practice, ensure that they have that data to improve the way they are raising their children, the way they are operating in the care economy.
When women are given or have the opportunity, honestly, they do better. And I think it's been mentioned that data actually makes the invisible, not just visible, but audible. And it's work that we've done over time, that once you start to understand the data, because data doesn't lie. But then I think the part where we miss is how you translate data into insights, into information, and into decisions.
I think this topic is of age. It's a conversation that we all want to be part of. It's a conversation that is going to drive the engines of economic prosperity, not just in Kenya, but on the continent and on the world. And I want to be part of it.
In this year's summit, let us focus on filling the gaps, deepening the progress so far. Let us leave Naivasha not only with reports and resolutions, but with concrete commitments, measurable outcomes, and renewed courage to ensure that every woman and girl in our region is visible in data that drives our policies, our plans, our budgets, and our shared future. And with that, allow me to declare this conference officially opened, and clap for yourselves for being here.
are actually targeted on where need is. So that is a link to the Global Gender Data Outlook report. So the Africa Gender Data Outlook more or less borrows what was done globally. So it reflects the methodology, more or less the structure as well on what was done globally. So the Gender Data Outlook Global Report was launched in 2024 where was it? The UN, UN Data something Summit in Colombia. That is where it was launched. So this is a quick snapshot of the methodology. As I mentioned again, 3 dimensions were used to compute the index: enabling environment, data production, data accessibility. The 3rd dimension on data use, there was not enough data to get into the computation of the index. And under each and every dimension, there were several subcategories. On enabling environment, we are looking at laws and regulations. We are also looking at resources. We're also looking at NSO staffing and coordination-related issues. And we had 6 indicators under that particular dimension. Then dimension number 2, on data production, productive capacity, coverage as well on data production, and the 3rd dimension on data accessibility. What we looked at was the openness of data, dissemination, and also NSO stakeholder engagement. And for the 4th dimension, we had a 3-step approach, whereby the first approach was to conveniently sampling data use cases for gender data that were actually successfully done in the continent. And 20 successful gender data use cases were actually identified across 13 countries in the continent. And secondly, after that, a customized typology was developed to reflect the diverse ways on how this gender data is used, of course, capturing the variety and complexity of data applications, etc. Then, lastly, this was actually mapped. So each and every case was mapped on that typology. So that's how we measured the element on data use. So quickly, on data sources. So we didn't collect data afresh. So we used already existing data. So, and this is a very smart way because of, again, the shrinking funding space in gender data. So this was done through 2020 round of Global Survey on Gender Statistics data. So this particular survey happens after every 10 years, and we picked several indicators from that particular survey. Secondly, the 2023 Gender Data Compass, or Open Data Watch. And then we had some additional data sources, as you can see from the screen. For those countries that didn't respond to the 2022 round of Global Survey on Gender Statistics, we sent out some questionnaires for them to fill in a few of the indicators that were used for the particular assessment. We also had the 2024, 2024 UN Women's SDGs gender-specific data availability, and we also picked some data from Global Health 5050 International Center for Research on Women. Yes, and also we had data from the Africa Population and Health Research Center 2022 COVID-19 sex disaggregated data tracker. So those were our main, or rather those were our data sources for this particular analysis. And as I mentioned earlier, again, each and every dimension had relevant subcategories. So there's more information on this again in the report. So let's get to the interesting bit, key findings. So I forgot to mention that for Africa as a region, this was done for 33 countries, not the 54 countries in Africa. This was based on the countries that already had data. So that is what the findings is based on, the 33 countries where data was actually available. And I also mentioned that an index was computed. So an index 0 to 1 ranges from 0 to 1. So if it's near 1, it means you're doing better. If it's near 0, something needs to be done. So as a region, so this is the findings. So essentially, Africa as a region has a gender data outlook score of 0.516. So the gender data capacity, it's slightly half, because half is 0.5. 0 to 1, nusu ni nini? 0.5, yeah. So essentially, Africa has just achieved over half of their full potential in gender data capacity. That was our first findings. And if you compare this to the global performance of the report that was published in 2024, so globally, we are slightly lagging behind because globally the average score is 0.533. So slightly lower than what the global score is. Next, if you compare by the dimensions, the 3 dimensions I mentioned earlier, for both the global and the Africa as a continent, what is interesting is globally, the best performing dimension is on gender production, or on gender data production. This, the one that has a red thingy. But in the continent, we are performing well on enabling environment. So why are we doing very well in terms of enabling environment? That is slightly diverging from the global trend, where the strongest performance is on the data production. So if we quickly look at the comparison on the 33 countries, I remember the first session that Mushiri was moderating. You said Kenya is running fast. Did you say Kenya is running fast? You and Nam. Okay. Basically, if you look at the findings for the 33 countries, you can see Kenya again is performing well with a score of 0.756. And all the way down there, we have Burundi, Angola, Gambia, with a score of 0.175, 0.22 something, and 0.249. So among best performing countries according to the assessment is Kenya, followed by Rwanda, Uganda, South Africa, Morocco, Botswana, like that. And you can see where the regional score is. There in the middle, the column with the, is it red or orange? Yeah, something like that. And then another quick and interesting finding is that a strong gender data capacity can be achieved under diverse economic and institutional conditions. You can see this is the column for the countries that are low-income countries. Second column, the ones in green, are countries with the lower middle-income countries, and then lastly, we have upper middle-income countries. But interesting enough, even on the low-income countries, whereby we're having Rwanda and Uganda really doing well, and yet they are classified as low-income countries with scores as shown on the previous score. So we have Rwanda, which is actually number 2 as per the assessment, but really doing well, together with Uganda. Interesting again, this shows that sometimes we tend to report on averages, whether it's nationally, whether it's regionally, but they mask a lot of inequalities within a country, within a region. So if you can see, on the first dimension on enabling environment is a 0.581, but we have South Africa doing so well on that particular dimension on enabling environment. That is, as I mentioned earlier, resources, normative frameworks, NSO staffing, etc. on gender statisticians, among other things. We have a high from South Africa, 0.967, a low from Angola, 0.100. So yes, regional averages are good, but they really mask the inequalities and the within countries or regional, sub-regional disparities, if it's a national average. Then number 2, on gender data production, as a region, it's 5.26, but we have a high from Rwanda, 0.767, a low from South Sudan, 0.172. Same story on gender data accessibility as well. Regional average of 0.495, but Morocco does so well on that, 0.78. Burundi, again, low on 0.124. And something else to note is no country in the region has a balanced performance. So countries have diverse performances. You'll see Kenya doing so well in one dimension and really not so well in other dimension, etc. So those details, again, are in the main report. So this is a very critical finding as well in terms of funding for gender data production and use. As you can see, funding for gender data improves production and accessibility of data. So this is a column on data production, and that is another column, or rather that's the side for data accessibility. So if you see countries that have regular budgets, their score is way better than countries that do not have any budget or countries that have irregular budgets. So for countries with regular budgets, whether it is data production or data accessibility, their score is really, really good. When you look at irregular budgets, it's slightly lower, and it goes further lower for those countries with no budget. So again, trying to justify that funding for gender data is really critical and also enhances how countries produce and also accessibility of data. Another interesting finding as well. So we also looked at that Gender Data Outlook Index, the GDO index, which assesses gender data capacity. And we also looked at that versus World Bank Statistical Performance Indicator. This is also this is an indicator that assesses overall statistical capacity of countries. So we are looking at overall statistical capacity performance versus gender data capacity. So this is gender data, and this is just the overall statistics capacity performance. So you just throw them in a scatter plot, etc., and then countries that are above that line, any country above that line, it sort of performs better compared to their overall statistical capacity. Countries below that line, not really good, because we expect countries to perform either near that line, they should all be clustered. In a near perfect world, they should all be clustered on that. They should be close to that dotted line, the trend line. But the ones above the line, the expected performance on gender data capacity is really good compared to the ones below. So case example, if you look at South Sudan, the one on this far end, it's really doing good. As much as it is scoring last, or rather its overall statistical capacity is really low. It's actually the one with the lowest statistical capacity. Its expectation, or rather its performance on gender data capacity is really, really good because it's above that line, so it's really doing well. And you can see again, Tunisia, I think it's second last in performance of the overall statistical capacity, but really it's down the line. So those kind of variations in terms of comparison of performance in gender data and also performance overally on statistical related issues. Then gender data use, I said we had a 3-step approach to measuring gender data use, and quick findings from that. Gender data most frequently used for policy development and program design. There were other type of uses that were measured, but these two are very common. And another interesting finding on gender data use is the mismatch on the type of gender data used, whereby it was more concentrated on thematic areas such as violence against women and women's economic empowerment. But then again, if we look at the Open Data Watch report, the 2023 Gender Data Compass, we see availability of gender data is more concentrated on the demography, fertility, followed by reproductive health. So there's a mismatch versus what is available and what is commonly used. So we have so much data on fertility, so much data on reproductive health, so much data on demography, but when you look at the type of gender data used is on violence against women and women's economic empowerment. So quick look of the Women Count countries. I mentioned earlier that this is our flagship program that is supposed to enhance capacity on gender data and also to improve the quality of gender data production in these countries. So 23 countries in Africa, they receive technical and financial support, but out of those countries, 12 performed above the regional averages. They are listed there. And then standout performance in women focused countries, including Kenya, Uganda, Morocco, Senegal, UAT, Cameroon, etc. And as you saw in the ranking, Kenya actually ranks as the top performer, and Uganda, despite it being classified as a low-income country, really great performance. So this next slide excites me, because these recommendations, yes, I'm done. This is the last one. So these recommendations They really came out strongly during the first day's discussions. Again, what was moderated by Mushiri. I was actually very excited. I thought they had read that report. So targeted interventions are very critical from what we've been able to see from the findings. And then also holistic and integrated investments. Case example, performance in data production does not necessarily mean a country will perform well in enabling environment or data accessibility, etc. Then we need to be very deliberate and intentional in investing in gender data. Sustainable domestic and external funding, that cannot be understated. Then you've realized, or rather you've seen that we had to devise a typology to measure gender data use. Data not really available, or rather there's no proper standardized method to measure gender data use. So there's a need to either develop a methodology, etc., to measure use, and then also it takes a village, you know? It's not a once organization fight to improve on gender data production and the use. So collaborations are very important. And yes, so here is the what? The first page on how the report looks like. It's Gender Data Outlook 2025. The global report is 2024. But the Africa, or rather the regional assessment on gender data capacity and use in Africa, it's 2025. And there goes the link. You can click on the link and access what? Access the report. So there marks the end of my presentation, as I have showed one way, innovatively, how we have methodologically measured production and use of gender data to inform where investments are going to be targeted and other issues. Yes, Mushiri, I'm done. Clap for me. Thanks.
Thank you so much. That was a. I have so many questions. Yes, we can share this. So we have the soft copy already.
The soft copy. Oh yeah. We have the soft copy of the presentation.
Yeah.
Maybe that can be shared for you to click, or you can see me quickly after this. I'll quickly just direct you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol. So if you can now join me over here, pick a seat. Then I'd like to invite Vinay from APTI and Nitu from Frame to join me up here as well as Rosemary. Oh, there you go. My mic disappeared on me for a moment there. I thought the stones are finished. Karibu sana. So I'm pretty fascinated by the work that UNWomen has done with this, and I know some of you might have been in yesterday's afternoon session in room 1. Our interest in data capacity, where I work, my normal the hat I wear during the day, other than moderating panels, has been really looking at how do we try and get to grips with the issue of data capacity, especially within our governments here. I'm particularly concerned about subnational governments, especially in Kenya. So I'd have been even more delighted if I could see what that looks like for subnational, but I know it's not possible because subnational, even in our case, we don't have statistics offices in our subnational government, so we don't have a statistical element that can be measured, and neither does the World Bank data sources have that. But it would be an interesting methodological challenge, which we are up to the task for. I am pitching myself. Anyway, so Carol, I'll start with you because we have some interesting innovations represented here. Just methodological, use an actual use, because we'll talk a little bit about Tanzania, of the Frame's approaches to combining data from different sources and coming up with amazing insights, and of course what the KNBS is doing. But I'd like to start with a couple of questions I had while I was seated there, questions I didn't have in the morning. Now I have them. Maybe you can tell us a little bit. You had the whole issue of financing for gender data, and I think you guys saw that chart. If you fund the data, it becomes available, right? Then accessibility becomes a kind of a downstream conversation, but the data is there. It was funded. If you don't fund it, you won't have it. So for this report, did you get a sense, or does the report contain this, or did the team at UNIMEN get a sense, especially for the African context, what the sources of financing for that data was? Was it predominantly domestic resources, or was it predominantly development partner financing? Check. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much, Mushiri. So unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier, we were using already existing variables or data. So the indicator that was used to categorize those particular variables on regular budgets. So the question was on regular budgets provided or available from domestic, or rather from the government, domestic funding from the government.
So this is on budget?
Yes, so it is, the indicator was basically whether a country has a regular or irregular or no budget allocation from the government.
Okay.
Then that particular indicator was taken into the index computation, ETC, then compared with the index analysis on data production and data accessibility. And remember, on the sub-thematic areas on what I presented from the enabling environment, resources was one of them. So we couldn't compare regularity of funding versus its own subcategory. So it was, methodologically it doesn't sound right. So you just take that one indicator, then you compare it with the remaining two dimensions on production and on accessibility. But if you look at the report, we have some write-up as well on that particular section on supported by other data sources, the report from Paris 21, they do a very good report, I think, on an annual basis on how the funding for gender data in particular goes about. But interesting, you'd see there's a downward trend on funding for gender data. So we also need to be innovative. How do we get resources for production, use, and accessibility of gender data? Yeah.
Excellent. So I had a similar question for you, Rosemary, that I didn't have it in the morning. I got it here when I was sitting down. When I sit down and listen to smart people, I start getting osmosis, smartness. And I wanted to hear, I wanted you to share with us about the quality assurance framework. But before you talk about that, for gender statistics at KNBS, because clearly we did very well in this index. Is it, what's the proportion? What do you get a sense of in terms of the proportion of financing? Are we more reliant or less reliant on development partner support in order for us to produce our gender statistics?
So thank you very much. As you've been told, my name is Rosemary Bowen. I work at the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Currently, I'm the acting director in charge of the population and social statistics. But I've worked in a lot of areas in the Bureau, having been there for many years. So just to close in on the question that you've asked about the funding for the gender data, we do not have a specific funding for a particular kind of statistics in the Bureau. As you are aware, we are the official provider of statistics to government and to all the stakeholders. So what happens is that when we receive funding from the Exchequer, we produce all statistics. So gender statistics is one of the statistics that we produced on a regular basis. We have premier publications that we do annually, like the economic survey and the statistical abstract. So when you get into those publications, as we are producing the data for all the other subject areas, whether it is for macroeconomics, for production statistics, we also have gender statistics in it. So I cannot really say that we depend on donors to produce gender statistics. In any case, production of statistics at the Bureau is collaborative. We utilize the funds that we get from the Exchequer. At the same time, we also go into partnership. So you find that we have donor support. Sometimes we have donor support probably from the World Bank. We also have other donors like UNFPA. We have other donors like WHO and so forth. So whenever we are producing this data, we do not have a standing budget that this is specifically for production of gender statistics. But we endeavor to mainstream in any kind of data production that we are doing, to mainstream and ensure that we bring out the gender aspect. And as we were working on the regulations for the Statistics Act, we have entrenched, and we are saying that in that regulation, as we are performing according to the Act, whenever we are producing statistics that concern humans, we must ensure that it has a gender dimension. So if it's in a household, we ensure that we have data that is talking about women and men, that is talking about the female and male. So we do not have that standing budget that now this is for gender statistics. It is production of statistics in general, and we treat them equally.
Excellent. That's very comforting for me to hear, because it tells me there's resilience built into the source of that data. So, Vinay, in your work, and I'm picking the example from Tanzania, but feel free to pull in any other example from the work you've done. You had the data sources that you used that ended up supporting improved access to credit for the women in Kisongo, was it? Maybe you can tell us a little bit about the sources of that data, and what the future looks like for that those kind of projects within our countries.
Yeah, of course. With the example of the women in Kisongo, the data was coming from themselves, and that's really where we were starting with a lot of this work. In that it's bottom-up data sovereignty, in the sense that this is data that individuals and communities are producing themselves, and so can we find ways for them to actually have control over it, right? And I think the common example that we see, and let me use the example of social media, right? All of us, we produce data by using social media in many ways, and that data is used by the social media companies to sell ads back to us. And the idea there is that you don't really have any control over your data. You don't have a say on how that data is being used, who gets to see that data, and for what purposes. And so the idea here is that, can we flip this model and really look at ways in which we can help communities have control over the data? And I think the nice thing about this is that there really isn't a limitation on the use cases, and we've really seen a whole variety of use cases. In fact, the example that I mentioned earlier of Abalobi, one of the really, really good use cases that we saw was, so every month they visualize the data for the fishers to see what kinds of what kinds of fish have been caught more, what areas of fishing have been depleted. And what happened, I think this was a couple of years back, was there was some offshore oil prospecting off the coast of South Africa, and the fishers saw a reduction in their catch. And so they went back to the people who helped them visualize the data and said that we know the data will reflect this. And so they got them to visualize it, and they submitted that visualization in court as evidence. And they got an injunction against the company that was doing the offshore oil prospecting. And so I think this just really goes to show that there's a whole variety of ways that you can really use this data. And because it's the communities that are creating the data and therefore controlling the data, they have a say on how it's being used. And importantly, it means that the data cannot be used in ways that can harm the community. And I think that is a big, big key point for us here.
Yeah, and that also ensures that the data that is being used is data that makes sense for the communities themselves. So the question of data use even stops becoming an issue, because they're trying to solve a problem, and that data is part of how they are working through that solution. So it's not just data for data's sake, it's data with a real purpose.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because it's been done by communities at the community level, the technology is accessible.
It is.
To them and sustainable in terms of the cost of collection and the analysis.
So that's where it becomes a little tricky. So in terms of the technology itself, it's not too difficult. These are usually open source, free and open source technologies that you use that are quite secure, and because they're free, there is no initial cost, but the costs do come in sort of running this. You need someone to monitor this regularly. You need someone to, because in most cases, communities are not always well versed with their data or technology itself in terms of how to do some of the back end things. And so you ideally need some sort of external funding to help sustain some of this. In all the cases that we've seen, to start this, there's always some sort of initial funding that typically comes from philanthropies. In certain cases, we've seen this scale where they identify that they're selling some kind of products. And so with Abalobi, it was obviously fish, but we've seen examples in Thailand where they're preventing forest fires through using this. And because they're tracking this, I think from 2020 to now, they have reduced forest fires in Thailand by 20%. And the Thai government has a carbon market framework. And because they've been tracking the data, they've been able to use it to sell carbon credits. And so that money comes to the community, and that helps sustain this platform. And so I think it is a bit tricky, because I would say in a majority of these cases, sustainability from a financial standpoint is a big, big problem. And so it's really about finding ways in which you have to kind of keep it running. I think that's a big, big point there.
Yeah, but clearly from the Thai example, if we're creative enough, we will find a way of closing that gap.
Absolutely. And if I can just make one last point, and I think that's very relevant, especially to Africa, which is in this age of AI, and I think it's something that maybe hasn't come up as much during this summit, is that to build and deploy AI systems, you need data labeling. So all the data that goes into the AI system needs to be labeled. And this is extremely labor-intensive work, and it is typically done by people from low-income countries like us. Because, and I don't know if, how many of you have seen this, but there was a report last year in Time magazine where they did an expose, and it was actually Kenya and I think Nigeria, if I'm not wrong, where they found that there was whole factories of data labelers working at extremely bad conditions for very, very little sums of money. And this is all labeled data sets that are then taken up by big corporations who make profits or have valuations in the billions, right? And so I think this notion, and it ties back to what was said in the opening plenary session as well, that we need to start thinking about our data for us, and whether it's India or Africa, it is our data, it's our labor. And so how can we look at models where we have control over this data and are actually remunerated very fairly for the amount of labor we put into this and the economic value that it then goes on to create?
Yeah, absolutely. Some of our work is in AI. We're having to deal with a lot of annotation and labeling and trying to make sure that the work we're doing is being not just done at the office, but being done by the communities that we're working with. Yeah, and it's a pretty tricky thing. And I think over here we have at least 3 organizations that are exploring AI, working with AI on a serious basis, exploring and beginning to build capacity. So I'm sure we have opportunities to learn from one another. Need to AI, machine learning, all those big things that I can name and use the words in a sentence and sound smart. But Frame is actually doing it and helping people make sense of all this data for decision making. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about, maybe at a very high level, for instance, in the Kenya, the Nigeria case, what the data sources were, and how do we, what would a country or a local government, a county, what kind of capacity would they need to have in order to achieve the similar results?
Thank you. I know these are all smart words. It's a little hard to unpack everything. I think I'll just, at a very high level, talk about, I guess, the vision of what Frame is trying to do and how then the machine learning or the AI piece ties into it, because it's very much connected to the mission and what we are trying to do here. And I think everybody in this room also understands these challenges, and we've been talking about it. I think the Frame's mission is to, or our aspiration is to map humanity. What does that mean? It means that we don't want to just have national statistics, but we want to be able to drill down into a country and go down to as low as we want and get information about that place and space so that we can make timely decisions. So the other important piece is we also want this to be timely. We don't want to wait for 5 years for a demographic and health survey to happen. We don't want to wait for 10 years for a census. We want to be able to produce this large-scale granular data repeatedly so that communities have this at their fingertips and they can use it to assess their needs, design their programs, and use really scarce resources to do targeted work, and then also be able to monitor what's happening, track things over time, and do adaptive learning, course corrections, and all of that. So ultimately, it's really a tool in the hands of implementers on the ground to be able to make the right decisions, invest in the right places, and then be able to also track and adapt and monitor and see, what's happening, what's working, what's not working. That's really the vision. So how do you do this cost effectively? I think that's really the thing that we grapple with. As you know, these large-scale surveys, which are like the gold standards or the census, these are gold standards. We need these, but they cost a lot of money. You definitely cannot do them repeatedly the way we do for Frame data. So how do we sort of get data that is reliable and valid, but cost effectively? I think that's really the question. And so what we do to get this, and this is not something that was developed by Frame, this is a scientific methodology. It's called spatial interpolations. It's been in existence. Scientists have worked on it and developed the methodology, which uses several data sources to be able to then produce data for data points that didn't exist. And so that allows you to have this census-like data with which you can map. And this is, it's in the literature, you can read about it. I think what Frame has done is been able to scale it up and develop and make it more efficient by developing the right software so that it's a lot more efficient to do it. And the way it works is you have a few different inputs. So you have your survey data, which is from where you collect information about people and their lives, but you don't need, it's still a scientifically collected sample. It's still representative, but it's not as large scale as your typical gold standard surveys are. And then you compensate some of that loss in information there with information that comes from satellite imagery about a place. And things like, is this a rural place? Is this an urban place? What's the education? If someone's in this particular area, do they have access to schools? Do they have access to hospitals? What's the climate like? What's the water situation? All these things that influence how you behave, how you live your life, and how you make your decisions. So all of that is collated to be able to produce these maps, and that really brings down the cost of producing data repeatedly in time. And our data scientists have been looking at the validity. So there are a lot of scientific ways to look at, is this data valid, is this reliable? So we do all of that quality metrics. But IDEA is ready to be able to provide it cost effectively to communities.
What kind of capacities would Nandi or Bungoma County or Nairobi County, Murang'a County, what kind of capacities would they need to have in order to achieve similar results?
Are we talking about, I guess, data production, or are we talking about using the data? Like there are a few different...
No, this is at production.
I think for data production, I think for data production, you will need a producer like Frame to produce it at the scale that we produce it. There could be ways in which, I guess the way the communities could contribute is kind of like his example. If that data could be used, that communities are collecting, that information could be used into a system like Frame to be able to then produce the estimates that we produce. I think the next level. So there could be an input that comes from the communities directly, as opposed to maybe a larger vendor who does the data collection. But in terms of the actual production, because it's a lot of statistics and a lot of aggregations required, I don't think it's that unless it's like a statistics office, like you said, you have a statistics office that is at the county level that specializes, who have statistical offices, that's a different level, but that's different than building, this is an open and known approach. And I'm sure they can use it and apply it, and I'm sure they do it at the national level. It really depends on, but you will need a statistician for sure, or a data scientist. You will need that capacity to be able to do it.
Right. So clearly, community data, in the sense that we're talking about, in terms of where that data can be collected at the local level and used at the local level, it could actually come into a system like this to help close the gaps from the losses you're talking about, kind of contribute to the loss adjustment, lack of better of putting it.
Yeah.
That's great. And now, thank you, Nitu, and you've set up nicely for Rosemary, who's working at KNBS, and they have a couple of innovative things they're trying to do in terms of new data sources. Gender data capacity clearly is still an area that we need to do something about more nationally. But the realization that we have, if we want to go far, you have to go with others, collaborate more. They've put in place a framework in order to make that collaboration, the data collaboration, necessary to happen. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about the quality assurance mechanism that is there, just so that gender data coming from outside government can be officialized, and also maybe mention a little bit about the new approaches you're taking at KNBS to add new sources of data, other than citizen-generated data, to the national statistics system.
So thank you very much. I want to, this morning, underscore that producing statistics is a very expensive venture. And as we go on, there are many data gaps because there are many data users that require statistics. And annual statistics may not mean so much because the data users require more frequent data to be able to make decisions. And KNBS realized that there is increasing demand for data and there are data gaps. We need to feed information for monitoring the SDGs, for monitoring the policies that have been put in place by government and even the subnational governments. And because of that, we realized that there is data that is being produced by the civil society. They may be able to produce data that covers the whole country or covers part of the country or even a county. And therefore, we were able to collaborate with the civil society organizations under the umbrella of SDGs Kenya Forum with the support of the Paris 21 and others to be able to come up with a citizen-generated data validation framework, which is under the KESCAF, that is a Kenya Statistical Quality Assurance Framework that is being spearheaded by KNBS, but this framework assures quality of data that is being produced by the National Statistical System. The National Statistical System are the producers and the users of statistics, whether you are from government or you are not from government. Now this innovation was so that if there is data that is being produced by the civil society organizations that is covering a particular area, whether it is the entire country or a particular part of the country, are they able to produce this data to meet certain elements of quality? For the data that is produced officially, we have followed the UN Quality Assurance Framework, and we have more requirements. But for the data that is produced by the civil society organizations, the requirements are less. I cannot be able to enumerate them. And therefore, being able to meet the minimum requirements for quality, then we can be able to say the data set that you have given us as a civil society organization can be used for official reporting. And we can be able to use it also even for reporting for SDGs. Currently, we have a number of data sets that we have validated using the criteria, and government is using that data that has been produced by the civil society organizations for official reporting and for monitoring programs, even in government, and even for SDG monitoring, which I think is really an innovation, and I think it is the right direction. Because any data produced is using resources, whether it is produced by government or civil society organizations, and we have to utilize it to the letter. The other innovation that the Bureau is doing now is that we have set up a data science lab where we have data scientists that have taken some courses in the university on data science. And we are building capacity, and I'm very excited to meet her. We are building capacity to be able to enable these young people to use other sources of data to generate statistics. One of the areas is like, for example, mobile phone data. We can be able to monitor, for example, the daytime population of Nairobi. We know the daytime population of Nairobi is different from the nighttime population. And therefore, for example, the Nairobi city is supposed to plan using the daytime population for the relevant services that they need to produce. So the skills that are being given to them is so that we can be able to generate data, apart from the traditional sources that we've been using many years, which is really very expensive, and sometimes you have to wait for 10 years or 5 years to produce that kind of data set. We want to harness the current technology to be able to use the data that has already been produced. We will be like secondary data use. We'll be using secondary data that has been produced already to generate data or statistics, even for CPI, that is Consumer Price Index, so that we are not going to the village markets trying to collect data on a monthly basis, but we can be able to web scrap, we can be able to use AI and big data to generate even Consumer Price Index. And so those are some of the innovations that the Bureau is doing to be able to generate data in a more fast way, and also to harness every data that is being produced. So there is a thin line between government and civil society at KNBS. So we have embraced that partnership, and we are out to use any innovative way to fill the gaps and to produce data in a more frequent manner. Thank you.
Excellent. So this is really quite a good example of how the public sector is stepping out of what you normally have considered its comfort zone. And KNBS is doing a good job at showing leadership in moving beyond the comfortable, expensive, traditional sources of data to new things. So the Data Science Lab is something that we'll be on the lookout for. And I'm sure there are many who would want to collaborate and partner with the KNBS on the Data Science Lab and building that capacity, because I'm pretty certain some of that will become available also to subnational governments. Need to reference that for us to actually do some of that work, we do need actual statistical capacity in the county government. And we have a gap at the moment because our county statistics bill, the current attempt, is still languishing somewhere within the broader parliament. and a lot of work needs to be done to, get it out of this inertia so that we can get to a place where we actually have offices of county statisticians with the right teams and the right capacities so that we can build that resilience within our subnational governments and across the national statistics system, for having the data we need when we need it to make the decisions that are necessary. Rosemary, there's something.
Yeah, I just wanted, maybe if you can allow, I can weigh in on that, to say that we currently at KNBS have a plan to work with the county governments to produce statistics. So we have a plan over, I think, over the next 5 years to be able to develop statistical plans with the county governments. And of course, the one that has been ongoing is production of county statistical abstracts. So in terms of building capacity, the Bureau is available to work with the county governments to be able to produce quality statistics based on the international standards that as a country, we are custodians of. So there is a plan to develop statistics plans for counties and also for the production of county statistical abstracts. And I think I've seen it in the budget.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Money is following functions. That's great news. And some of what I'm privy to, just a bit of the history at the regional collaboration level, that Kenya and South Africa, for instance, had a very close relationship between the statistics offices and a lot of capacity. We will not judge that they took some of our statisticians, but we were happy to work with our brothers and sisters and improving statistical capacity. So it's good to see. You see, when you see you're number one on a list, it means people come to you. Sometimes they come to borrow your people. So we hope that Rosemary will not be borrowed anytime soon. There's too much work to be done. All right, so I'm going to open this up for a few questions, but I'm also going to ask maybe someone from Secretariat, the team, Nakona, if someone can go and nudge the other rooms to wind up and join us here. So if you can nominate someone from there to, don't look behind. Someone, you are the someones. Anyway, nominate someone, please help with that. Meanwhile, I have there's a question there, and a question there, and a question. Ooh, those are many questions. Okay. Ooh, more questions on this side. All right, let's start on this way and go that way. And please try and be as brief as possible. And if you can, please, right there. And if you can, please isolate your intervention to one thing. Just one. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Mary Mutua, grassroots representative from a champion from Roots, Machakos County, and I have been following what Caro was presenting. And I've heard her say that out of the 54 countries, is it countries in Africa, you've been able to only collect or move to 23 countries. So, and you have found some shortcomings. So, what are you doing at the UN to present or to give maybe some solutions so that we can be able to reach to these other countries and even the way forward to the challenges that are there in data access and, use. Then, as I've been following, I'm hearing, or I'm thinking of this innovativeness and access to data, and I'm looking at our education system in Kenya today, which is a CBC, and we are seeing that the boy child and the girl child, right from the beginning, they are very much exposed, and they have gotten to being quite exposed in terms of research, in terms of, a lot of hands-on work. I'm imagining or thinking if there could be a way of maybe linking up or joining up or exposing our girls and boys, boy child and girl child, to data, right from the go. So that they can be, they spend most of the times with the parents. And a lot of data would come from the grassroots and the parents. And when they're exposed, they'll be discussing these things with their parents. And when the data is being collected, and if we could have some points or some centers and expose them and give them, the strength and exposure to give data and the reports, this one would enable as they grow for us to get data. And we were told that you invest 2 shillings today, and you have saved, not 2 shillings, but $2 today, and you will save that $2 in the future. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Good question. Building that capacity within our education system. Let's take these ones as well so that we can respond to them. So you can take note amongst yourselves which questions you want to target. Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm Janet. And I came as a sign language interpreter, but I'm so much interested in AI. So I was asking, because right now, as we are saying, Kenya is #1, Nigeria and all that, we are users mostly. It is on the user part. And when you come to the user, sometimes the percentage that you get as a user is not like when you produce something. So what can be done? Because I'm seeing the FRAM, it's something that is fascinating because the way it's going to collect the data, the machine learning and all that. How can it be implemented so that we can have something similar, or can collaboration be done? Or can you train someone with that so that we can implement it in Kenya? Because I've done little of the machine learning, and once it is implemented, and basing on the CBC, because I'm a teacher, basing on the CBC, if we bring it now, whatever you are saying, and then we now there's that explanation that you are giving that there is a streaming up from different categories, whereby you get data from different, but it is coming into one. So what can be done for Kenyans so that we start? Because when you look at it, we are users. We are not really producers in the AI sector. So what can really be done for us to be in the AI producers so that we can do the machine learning, we can produce those all things, because it will be more impactful than when we wait, because it will also, the context will be for Kenya, and it will relate to the now Kenyan context than when you use the other AI, sometimes it doesn't really give you what you really want in Kenya. But what can be done for us? Or is there collaboration with you?
Context. Yes. A good question about building local capacity. Yes.
Okay, my name is Anthony Rongo from Oxfam, Kenya. I do monitoring and evaluation. So data is very key in my life. So my question will go to Rosemary and Caroline. So one, I wanted to ask if you can just share with us, Caroline, the 41% you talked of, there is a gap in terms of gender data for the SGD indicator, just as to have a look. Don't mention all, but some of the few. Then what are these, you said in terms of the gender data score, what is making us have the 0.24 gap? Since you have already achieved 0.76, maybe you can see what are some of these areas that we need to work on. Then in terms of the UN report, there was a UN report that showed that only few people or even no one reads the UN report. So I would like to ask, what is the UN doing in making sure that the good information or the good data or the good publication that you do is disseminated, especially to the country policy bearer, so that now they can be able to work on those gaps. Then to Rosemary, I would like to ask, how is KNBS working with the CSOs to make sure that we get real-time data when we want it? Because early this year, we were doing women economic empowerment, we are reviewing the strategy, and KNBS came in boldly and said that they don't have data for those indicators, but the CSO have the capacity, but the KNBS was saying that they don't have the financial resources, but now if the CSOs have the resources, and then the KNBS was saying that data must come from them. So if the CSOs are generating the data, why can it not be used by the government? So what is the framework agreement that can be achieved between the government and CSOs to make sure that this data that is collected by the CSOs can be validated and be used for policy making? Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. She did mention the KESCAF and the CGD validation framework, but I think she'll unpack that a little bit for you as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Immaculate Lemarong from Global Education Initiative Africa. This is a startup that supports students to apply to study in global institutions. So my questions goes to Netu. When it comes to collecting data remotely, how do you address the issue of standardization, whereby it makes it difficult sometimes for maybe algorithm of computer programs to standardize information? Because Apti mentioned about Olkisongo, which is a region in Tanzania, and we also have the same name that is shared among different geographical locations in Kenya. So I'm asking about the standardization of the data that you collect remotely. And my second question is on how do you address the issue of inconsistency or inaccuracy of the data that you collect, because you do more remotely, relying on technology, which sometimes not very accurate. It gives inconsistent data. So that is basically my question. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. And then we have one last question at the back.
Thank you for the opportunity. I am Anthony Mutunga, an economist, Machakos County. So my question goes to Rosemary and Caroline. Now, from the presentation of UN Women, we have seen a good score of Kenya of above 0.5. That's in aggregate. If you look at KNBS data, for example, volume 4 on socioeconomic statistics, the data stops at sub-county level. So I'm looking at, if anyone is interested to make policy decisions on socioeconomic characteristics at lower levels, for example, at sub-locations. I'm also looking at, for the presentation from the UN Women, if someone is interested, for example, I'm interested in Machakos County. The data is not there. So the main issue, I know the disaggregation requires more finances, and maybe AI or any other technology, low financing technologies can come tap into that. So what is the way forward in making the data being disaggregated into lower levels, either constituencies, sub-counties, wards, or sub-locations, for informed decision making? Because I believe many development partners and stakeholders target specific groups because of differing socioeconomic characteristics. Thank you.
Yeah, which they get from the data. Thank you very much. So maybe Carol, you can start. You can start off, because I know you have a few questions that target you.
Yeah, clearly. Thank you very much for the wonderful concerns and questions raised. So I'll start with the last participant on the way forward on disaggregating data to lower levels. So as Rosemary rightly put it, collecting data is very expensive, and the deeper you go, resources are really an issue. But there are other alternatives to look into that, not only data that is provided by the government. There's a lot of good administrative data from the county governments, on their various departments. So that is a very great opportunity for us to tap into that. As Rosemary, I think, mentioned, they have a lot of initiatives they're doing to enable county governments produce quality data as well at that lower level, including capacity building, establishment of a statistical system at the county level. County Statistics Bill as well is one of the legal framework that I think with time should be enacted to be able to give them mandate to produce data at that level. So, and in terms of funding, which is really a key concern on how we get data to the lowest level, maybe just being innovative. How do we resource mobilize, crowdfunding and other non-traditional sources of funds in regards to what's happening currently with funding for gender data and gender in particular, globally just going down. So just being innovative on trying to seek extra funding. And also maybe collaborating and partnership. It sounds cliche, but trust you me, partnership really, really gets a long way. So it's no organization or no person's, a burden, but if we all come together, bring in the resources. I've seen, when I was working at KNBS, I saw a situation whereby different civil society organizations, they come requesting for data on a particular topic, specifically the women's economic empowerment. I think there was a time where it was such of great interest. So you'll find for 2 months consecutive, you have different requests on the same data set, only to realize there was some either global funding on that particular subject, but different CSOs are doing different things. Some are very good in advocacy, some are good in data production. But why can't we have it like a one basket, then have different CSOs, work from that one basket rather than just funding different CSO on the same subject. So anyway, bringing that resources together and working from one basket would have actually sorted that particular issue way better. But I'll let Rosemary maybe just speak onto that a little bit. So for the assessment that I presented, unfortunately, we couldn't go to lower level. It was just national level for the index computation, because we were using data that was provided majorly data that was provided during the 2022 global survey on gender statistics. So it was not really disaggregated to those lower levels. So unfortunately, that's a problem, and not unless we develop our own methodology as Africa as a continent on how to get the tools designed to be able to capture those lower levels. But for now, that is all we can, or rather all we can be able to report on. Anthony, you have so many questions. So for Anthony, I do not really have a list of the specific indicators, but I know problematic indicators, gender-related indicators, specifically on Goal 5, indicators on ownership of land. That's a cross-cutting issue, I want to believe, in Africa as a continent. There's also an indicator in particular on non-intimate partner violence, sexual violence experience of non-IPV by place of occurrence. I want to believe not many countries actually have that particular indicator. Kenya attempted to collect that indicator in the 2022 Kenya Demographic and Health Survey. Unfortunately, something didn't really go well during the analysis, and we could not get the results for that particular indicator. So there are several of them. I'll be able to share with you maybe later on the list of the indicators and what's not available for you to be able to see. But yes, the gaps, again, the assessment didn't really ask the whys, and also we're just trying to be innovative to see the score and the capacity performance. There were no really whys from the tool, but that's an area for further research, further investigation. But why is Kenya doing so well? Why is a country like Burundi really scoring lowly? But I want to believe some countries is because of funding, the deliberate funding from those countries. There was a slide that I presented on the women count countries. You would see they were actually doing well because they are deliberate funding on gender data production and use, specifically through the Women Count program. So the whys, I think, it's has to be left to further
research question.
Yeah, further research. And Anthony, again, you've indicated that our reports are either not available or the usage is a bit low, but there are deliberate efforts, of course. We have data portals. I don't know where you're looking, but there are a lot of portals for our reports, websites. There are many, also repackaging the products as well. So, but I believe, storytelling as well. We have communications experts who do well in that area. So I would have to look at that particular finding or whatever you're trying to say, the comment. But yes, there are a lot of efforts to ensure that what we do is out there from the public. So lastly, lastly was what? The 54 countries and 33 countries. So again, this was based on the 33 countries where data was available, where countries had actually provided their data on the 2022 Global Survey on Gender Statistics. So we didn't collect any fresh data. We used what was available to the countries. But of course, efforts that we make as the UN Women, I've mentioned this again, the flagship program, the Women Count program, it's really supposed to enhance quality and availability of gender data. And then the program in particular is crafted under three based thematic areas: enabling environment, data production, and also data use. So the countries that we work on, there are several activities based on those three thematic areas. So whether it is production, whether it is use, but there's quite a lot, and the program has really done well. So we are going to phase 3 from next year. Phase 2 is ending this year. And yeah, there are good things ahead through that particular program with deliberate intentional efforts to enhance production and use of gender statistics. Yes.
Thank you, Carol. Maybe we go to KNBS and then finish with Me2 and a parting shot from Vinay.
Okay, so I think I'll pick up from where Carol has reached, because she has worked with KNBS for a long time. So there is this question, I think it was from Oxfam, about when you need data on women economic empowerment, you are not getting it from KNBS, and yet you have data from civil society organizations that you could use. I think what happens is that as KNBS, most of our data is not high frequency. For example, there was a module on women economic empowerment that we put in the, was it 2022 or 2023 Kenya Continuous? It's 2022. 2021, yes. And it has really taken long for it to be out, but I think we are on the final stages. So what I want to say is that for KNBS, you may not get high frequency data, especially on the social part, because the social part, mostly you have to collect data from households. And household surveys or censuses are really quite expensive. It takes long to be able to undertake. So what we do, as I had said earlier, is that we have the CGD criteria for validating data that is produced by citizens, produced by civil society organizations. I'm sure they produce data more frequently than us. They could be just in some part of the country. For example, they could be in Machakos, or they could be in several counties. We have provided that validation criteria. And we can be able to validate that data, and the data can be used for official reporting. Secondly, we worked with GPSDD. It is called Global Partnership
on Sustainable Development Data,
to produce guidelines on how civil society organizations can produce quality data. So if they can be able to follow that guideline, then even before we come and subject the data to the criteria for validation, they will have already complied. The doors of KNBS are open. We can provide support for design of the surveys or the data collection initiatives by anyone in the country. We have the frame, both for the households and for the businesses. We provide that service. I want to say in this meeting that KNBS is funded by the Exchequer. So any citizen has a right to use the services of KNBS to be able to do things right, especially in the area of statistics. So we can be able to support that by providing our expertise in the design of surveys or censuses that you may want to do. We can also help you to validate the data that you are interested to use. The other way, we can also have an MOU and work together. As you are implementing the data collection initiatives, we can work together and provide the technical expertise. I think that is for Oxfam. And like I said earlier, KNBS is very open. Today, when you come to KNBS, there is a very thin line between government and civil society because we partner with them. It's not like long time ago. There's another question from somebody that is from Machakos County, somebody called Mutunga, and he's asking about data at lower levels, like sub-county. Is it sub-county or below sub-county? I will say again, whenever you want to carry out data that gives you details to the lowest level, you have to use a very big sample. And when you use a very big sample, you have to use more enumerators, you have to spend more time in the field. It is very expensive. Now, the other gap that you can, the other way you can fill that gap is the production of county statistical abstract that can produce data to the lowest level of that county. KNBS is available to work with the counties to produce county statistical abstract, and especially for the administrative data. We can also work with the counties to produce survey data because there could be something that is unique about that county. We can be able to work with them. And as I said earlier also, KNBS is opened to build capacity at sub-county, at county level, because we know that we have existed longer than the counties, and we have international standards and practices for production of quality statistics. That is one of our mandates, to be able to work even with the counties to ensure that we are producing quantity. In fact, actually, KNBS is a supervisor for the national statistical system. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm, of course, aware, and I think we mentioned this yesterday in one of the sessions, that KNBS has a presence in every county. The county statistical office, an officer in every county, so that's a very good point of contact. Nitu, there was a couple of AI questions for you.
I don't know if I'm the right
this
person
is just
to
one.
answer those, but I think there were a couple of questions. You're right. I think there was one question around capacity building, the aspiration to be producers of data rather than being users of data. And I think the lady herself shared the solution, which is really about partnerships and capacity building. I think that's how you get there. And I think Rosemary has a data science lab. That is, I think some more young people need to be interested in doing data science, and I would say also go beyond data science. The way the world is changing, I feel like you need to be very well versed in a lot of different sciences to really succeed, because also the problems that we are trying to solve are complex problems and they require a lot of different kinds of expertise, and data science is just one piece of it, but definitely it requires some training. So join her lab and get the capacity that you need to do that. And a lot of this knowledge is open source. You just need to be at the right place where you have the mentors and you get the training and you get the right information to learn. There's nothing special. We can all learn. So that's the capacity building piece. And then I think there was a question about, what was the second question?
The quality standardization.
The data quality, yes. So I think that is a very long conversation. So what I would say is that we follow best practices when it comes to ensuring the validity and reliability of the data. So, and it's a whole process, different levels of these quality checks are done. And I shared a little one-pager that I think it's circulated in the room. It does have documentation on our methodology, so you can sort of inform yourself by reading through that. And then if you still have questions, I'm happy to answer them. But it's really, there are several steps, to the data. It's first the development of the instrument, then it's about aggregation of the data from the different data sources, then it's the modeling, then the quality of the metrics. It's just a whole process, and there's a very detailed methodology note that is linked in that one pager that gives you the full detail of how the whole sausage is made, so to speak, and if you can trust, and how we validate and make sure that the data that we produce is reliable and will hopefully pass the test that Rosemary will put it through. So that's really, so just following all of that best practices is how we do it, and happy to discuss that. further. And then for our friends who are looking for subnational data and data on women's economic empowerment, I think you should connect with me. We definitely have that data for Kenya. It might not have all of the indicators that you're interested in, but there's definitely quite a lot of interesting data that you might be able to use for your work.
Excellent. So there is something. So Vinay, this falls upon you to give us a parting shot, since you are so complete in your intervention that there was no question.
No, I think I just go back to what Rosemary said. I think it is really important to have partnerships in this. Like both Rosemary and Mama said, that data collection is not a cheap or easy exercise. It's very expensive, both money-wise and in terms of time, and you need a lot of capacity, and often you can't just look at the government or public or private sector individually to have that capacity. And I think, you know, with frameworks like the validation framework, I think it opens doors for even civil society and other actors to really plug in where there are gaps. And so I think to really keep an open mind and try and follow standards, I think we can really create a more holistic statistical ecosystem.
Thank you very much. So even as we draw this to a close, I just wanted to mention our group champion from Makueni brought up the issue of competency-based education and the opportunity there. There are some opportunities that are emerging, which I think we could take advantage of. They may not be available at the level of CBE, CBC, but they are available to undergraduate and early career, some of which were mentioned on the first day by Ambassador Philip Thigo. He talked about the Women Elevate program. There's something they're working that is now available there, about 5,000 opportunities that are data science related for women. So if you can visit their website, techenvoy.go.ke. There might be more information there, or you can find them on LinkedIn for more information. And I believe the Office of the Women's Rights Advisor and the academic partner also have something there for education at the undergrad or postgrad level. So maybe someone can speak to that if it's a public domain as an opportunity as well for anyone interested in stepping into the data science and statistical capacity space. So thank you very much. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Carol, Renee, Nitu, Rosemary, we've learned a lot from you. We hope that it'll diffuse beyond the 8-9 countries that are here. All right, asanteni sana. Thank you. Are we getting a photo of this panel? Do we have a photographer in the room? We do. We do. All right, excellent. So if we step here, step closer. All right. Or this is fine. So, is it that camera, or am I looking for a techno? You have to give me early warning. I need to take a deep breath. Oh, okay. Yeah. Not yet. Apparently, it's not that camera, and it's yes. Oh, they did. I'm hearing people who have stopped clapping. I'm getting very concerned. This might be one way to keep your hands warm. These ones are beating stories here, so I don't know how long you'll clap. All right, you're allowed to stop now. Thank you very much. Florence, welcome on stage. We start dancing. DJ. I am concerned that you're going to start bringing a piano, and you know our knees for some of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, day 3 is finally here. Can you clap for yourselves? You know, I arrived here on Sunday, and my system has not worked very well. System in terms of I've not been able to eat properly. I enjoy a good meal, but I didn't realize how invested even my body was in this summit. And so to see you here on the final day is really, for me, a prayer answered. So please clap for yourselves, for all the grassroots women. I want to tell you, you have inspired Madam Namla. She's wondering how can she have grassroots champions in South Africa to speak on behalf of the other women in South Africa. So by your coming, you have inspired another nation. Please clap for yourself. Now, as I wait for, I think if we can have 2 seats removed, so we have only 3. If we can have 2 seats removed, as I wait for a mamapreneur and a grassroots champion, I think the other teams are closing up. I want to ask one grassroots champion. No, Patience, come. Come. We have to sing this song as we wait for the others to come. Amina, is the other group coming? Yeah, I just need the mamapreneur to run faster than the rest of the others.
Greets Kenya, hi. We are singing the grassroots anthem. Are we ready? Yes. So let's stand up. Sorry, just give me a moment. We can project for the rest. Let's do a dry run, right? We say you have to be prepared. So the rest of us, everyone else, this is our good anthem that we sing for solidarity. We sing with a lot of vigor. So let's start. Okay? Jamii yenye amani, afya, haki na usawa, ndio lengo letu. Wamama wa mashinani, mama apate haki ya mama apate haki ya kijamii, mama apate haki ya kiuchumi, mama apate haki ya kisiasa. Ukimsaidia mama, umesaidia jamii yote. Ukimpatia uwezo, umepatia dunia nzima. Mama apate haki ya mama apate haki ya kijamii mama. Mama apate haki ya kisiasa. Maombi yetu wa mama, mwito kwetu twautoa. Fedha na maarifa zifike kwetu mashinani mama. Apate haki ya mama, apate haki ya kijamii mama, apate haki ya kiuchumi mama, apate haki ya kisiasa. So Namla, we are saying women should wapate haki ya siasa. So that is right to be in political spaces. Wapate haki ya kiuchumi. Their economic empowerment is important to us. Wapate haki ya jamii. Being in the community, a grassroots woman should be considered a person and an equal person to resources, to opportunities. Na wapate haki ya kisiasa. For us to be in those spaces of development and be leaders. Oh, kisheria. Yes, and the law, we always remember wamama wa mashinani. That's our call. We say, ukimpatia mama haki, you give the whole community. So, Flo, thank you. Do we sing again? Thank you so much. You can sing and sing.
We'll sing when we are closing. When you give a woman her rights, you've given the whole community, isn't it? And the reason why we're having this conversation about the women in data, girls in data, the nuances within data, in all spaces, within policy, within the healthcare system, within the food security system, within public service delivery, and within women economic empowerment, is so that we are continually answering the questions of women, capturing the voices of women. And so this summit, the uniqueness of this summit is we have women from the grassroots. Can I hear amen? Amen? Good. Now, we never close a summit without the voices of the women. And so I know we've captured them in the sessions and everything, but we want to have a fireside chat for just 30 minutes. The reason I'm saying 30 minutes is because I'm going to introduce a colleague of mine who's going to be handling the fireside. And usually what we want is that we want to hear, what did we get out of this summit? What do we want to see from our own personal perspective? Umekumbuka tukisema tukimpatia mama haki yake tunapatia jamii. When we give a woman her right, we are giving the community. So as you come here as a mama to speak on behalf of yourself and other mamas, remember you are carrying other women on your shoulders. Indio? Umekuwa kwa different sessions, umekuwa kwa different meetings. So today is your opportunity. I want to call upon, I don't know whether everybody is here. Is the mamapreneur here? Yes? Naomi, pigeni Naomi makofi. Can I get better lighting here? Can I get better lighting? Ai, mpigie mpaka afike. Naomi, chukua kiti kama mahali pale mwisho. Naomi is a mamapreneur representing the care economy, which is one of the conversations we've been having here in the summit. And then I want to invite Eva Njuguna from Kiambu. Mpigieni naye pia makofi. Pigieni makofi. If you are doing moderation and taking notes, these are the voices you want to capture, the sound bites you want to capture. Ampigieni paka afike. Aye, please, just do it. If she was a politician, you guys would be clapping. All right, and then I'm going to introduce Dr. Anthony Akoto from the Office of the Women's Rights Advisor, Office of the President, to also come into this fireside chat. Please appreciate him. Sasa sijamlete hapa mumuulize mambo ya SHA, but the idea, Dr. Akoto, is to have a conversation. What are the things you guys are getting out of this summit? So you have 30 minutes. Assume kwamba tuko kwa kijiji tuna discuss mambo ya hii summit. Over to you guys. Kila mtu ako na microphone.
First and foremost, it's again a beautiful opportunity to look back at where we started. And for me, it's been a lot of learning, listening, and taking notes. I think my book, I came with around 2 pages full. I think now, out of almost 50 pages, I'm remaining with 1, which means I've really been taking notes. And on health, very high level maybe answers. First and foremost, to assure you that we invited a lot of stakeholders. Most of them turned up. A few of them did not because of other engagements that were ongoing in other areas. But to assure you is that the whole summit is recorded for good reasons. That at appointed time, we will give those questions to the relevant organizations that were supposed to respond to your questions. And we will have a mechanism back to you on you getting your answers. We will be working with our teams just to see how best you can be able to get those responses in a very timely way. Second, we have our website, which you've seen. It's very interactive. Most of those FAQs, again, will be posted there. And kindly, as you follow us, also disturb us, ask us those questions, and we will be able to respond to you. Also, our office, located in Nairobi, a tourism fund building, that is your office. It's a woman's office. We don't do even appointments there. The only unfortunate thing is that if you walk in without asking us or telling us, you might find that we are in Naivasha like today, and almost the entire team is here. So you might be disappointed, but you are welcome. We don't have bureaucracy. It's a very safe space for you. Come there with all those questions or any other clarification that you might be seeking. We will be more than willing to support you. There have been quite a number of questions about SHA, and I will want to speak on one of the speakers who spoke, and there was a person who asked a question, and I think it was even on a closing remark. And that lady touched me in a way as a medical doctor. Before I came to do the things that I'm doing, I practiced medicine a bit for about 10 years, 10, 11 years or so. And she said that the work they do at home enables households to achieve their dreams, because as they remain home to clean, to take care of children, to nurture, they make those homes successful. Don't they deserve also to be successful? I don't know if I'm the only one who heard that. Was there such a comment? Was there such a person? Or I was hearing my own things? And it made me to flip back and look at my own home. And she made a comment that, we also deserve to have that health insurance cover, that SHA. And I asked myself, in how many households do we take care of, or do we discuss, even if you're not taking care of, but you even have a discussion with the people you are living with, your household. Is your SHA updated? Is it paid? And if it is paid, who is paying? Is there any challenge around it? Because even to the lowest now, you'll find maybe you're paying some 350, 400, 500 shillings, which is not much because most of us here, that's our average lunch in a day, right? For somebody who takes care of you in so many ways. So I was just looking at it and wondering, how do we get such voices amplified in a good way that does not look punitive even to the employer, but in a way that looks collaborative even to those who should be able to sustain this? So these are some of the conversations that I feel need to get out of this room, and I know our teams are picking up these conversations and they'll be elevated. Second last, I believe that what I've heard here about, especially aspects of health being discussed, gender data is not just data in itself. You know, for a woman, for me, is about amplifying the voice, visibility, dignity, and power. Because information is power. You don't give this a chance, that voice a chance, that woman loses that power. And for us as an office, we are there to support you, to amplify you, and most importantly, to give you a platform. And for me, what I also picked is that this is actually a foundation in itself to help us build a more equitable and prosperous community. And as the anthem has clearly put, which I want to say, I've heard the anthem and it has very beautiful mysteries. Namla, mysteries are good knocking words. I don't know, how do you say mystery? But lyrics, Namla. And English, the teacher of English and interpretation. When you empower a woman, you have empowered a community. When a woman is well, the community is well. And for me, I will wish to stop at that particular point, but again, congratulations, and thank you so much for being part of a very engaging and active audience and making this beautiful moment what it is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is very encouraging. You know, the summit is women. So when we see men and they talk positively, we are also so encouraged. So thank you so much. I had already been introduced, but no harm in saying who I am. I'm not who I am by chance. I am who I am by God's design. So I am Eva Njuguna. I am a grassroots woman with Groots Kenya, and I come from Kiambu County, that is in Kenya. So for Groots Kenya, we champions, we are really the people on the ground. Last year when we were here, we said, we are talking about women and data, but we said we are the data ourselves. Why? Because we are the people at what we call locally mashinani. So I can only speak for the women at the mashinani level. And when we are training and teaching ourselves, because we do that often and regularly, we always describe who a grassroots woman is. And we say a grassroots woman is a woman who lives in a rural setting or maybe an informal setting and does not have a regular income. This woman does not have, for example, is not paid monthly, but the woman lives and the woman exists. So that is the grassroots woman. And what she does and how she does it is what concerns us. So we work with the mashinani women, the grassroots women. We are so much in touch with them. That's why I said here in the morning, earlier that I was so touched when they said about, is it 80% of women die of maternal death, and it's so shocking. And I remember our moderator here, Florence, trying to put it in better terms, in terms of, dividing it in the matatus that we know. And, you think about that and you say, why is it not an issue already? It should have been an issue like yesterday, because it's a real issue. We shouldn't lose even one soul. So we at Mashinani there, we are, those are some of the things that we advocate for. Groots Kenya is a movement of women and girls that we engage in many areas. We have our goals, we have our values, we have everything that makes a movement move. And we've been working with various other stakeholders. I remember the other day we had a meeting with the stakeholders, especially those that are concerned with the area of GBV, because that is an area that we are so passionate about, GBV and its response. So we had a meeting with the stakeholders, that is the gender officers, the police, and so on. And out of that, we got very cordial relations. So now we are able, I had somebody asking, how do we help in GBV? If you are a Groots champion, that is not a question, that is normally an answer, because we already know what to do. When you respond to GBV case, you know what are the next steps to take. You're already in touch and in a good relationship with the relevant authorities and the security agencies and so on. So we are able to help, and it has been very good. Currently, there are many programs that Groots Kenya is working on with us. Actually, we are the movement ourselves, we champions. Groots Kenya, oh yeah! Groots Kenya, oh yeah! Yes, those are the champions that are Groots Kenya, and we are representing many others in several counties here in Kenya. And very soon we will be in all the 47 counties if possible. But otherwise, we thank God because of this summit. It has been good. I was here last year, and it was the first one, so we didn't know what to expect, but we came and learned a lot. Today also, or this time round, we have gone home with so much. We have networked with other organizations. We have learned what other organizations are doing. And we are able to see things even more clearly. We are going to be able to do things even in a better way, as our theme was, that we build resilience with better data. So we are going to do it better, and we thank God because of the learning opportunity that we have had. One thing that I take home for myself and from the community that I represent is that we've just come from a session talking about child care and daycare and so on and so forth. And recently we had trainings. I was telling my colleague, we had trainings that are still going on even now. But every time we call women in trainings, just like we have one of us here with the baby, they come with the babies. And this one is better because the baby is kind of a toddler, he's young. But others come with children that are 2-3 years, and those 2-3 years run around, and they can't just stay still. And so we are there training someone, but with mothers. Once the baby shouts or does something, even if you are saying an important point, it cannot be heard because she's concentrated on other things. So we thank God that now we are able. Now I know where to go so that we can take care of the children can be taken to the daycare, and the mothers will come and listen, and then we can grow together. And many other things. We are so happy, we are so delighted, and we hope to come back even next time. Thank you so much.
Tujambo.
Hamjambo wote. Mimi nitaongea kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Mimi kwa majina naitwa Naomi Kusa, mama preneur. Natoka Nakuru, mahali panaitwa Ronda. Huko hakika tunaendelesha mambo ya kulea watoto, caregiving. Katika hali ya caregiving ni hali ya kwamba kitambo tulikuwa tunachukulia tu hivi hivi. Tulikuwa tunafikiri tu ni mambo tu ya mchezo ama ni kitu ya part time. Lakini saa hizi nimegundua kwa sababu kupitia kwa kidogo amba hakika walikuja kule wakatutrain, wakatuweka katika vikundi, wakasema ya kwamba hakika caregiving ama daycare ni kazi. Na ni kazi ambayo inaweza kukupea lishe, ni kazi ambayo inaweza kukuendelesha. Tunakuta ya kwamba vile nilisimama na hao, nikasikia mafundisho yao, hakika saa hizi nimeendelea, niko na watoto 30, na hao watoto katika hali hii, nakuta ya kwamba hakika napata lishe mahali pale, napata kujiendelesha kama mama, napata kuingia katika vikundi tofauti tofauti, nikitembea, nikifundishwa. Hakika nakuta ya kwamba nimejiendelesha kiwango kikubwa. Katika hali ya kulea watoto, nimekuta ya kwamba nafurahia. Kwa sababu gani? Hawa watoto vile nilitrainiwa na kidogo, niliambiwa ya kwamba kitu ya kwanza uwe na positive discipline. Yani ya kwamba hakika tulikuwa tunapiga tu watoto ovyo ovyo, tunawatukana. Lakini tukaambiwa ya kwamba hakika watoto hawastahili kutoka chini na tabia kama hizo. Maana wakiendelea wakikuwa wakubwa, wanakuwa watoto wa fujo. Kwa hivyo tusiwalee na fujo. Kwa hivyo tunawalea na positive discipline. Ya kwamba unamwambia tu hii ni makosa na hii ni makosa. Katika hali ya lishe, tulifundishwa lishe. Maana watoto wengi walikuja kama wanapenda soda, wanapenda tu sweets, wanapenda tu vitu hizi tamtamu. Lakini hakika tulifundishwa ya kwamba lazima mtoto akuwe na lishe bora. Tumewaingiza kukunywa uji, tunakuta ya kwamba wote wamepata kukubali, na hata mboga, na hata vyakula vyote na fruits. Maana hizi vitu hakika wengi wao hawakuwa wanatumia hata nyumbani. Maana walikuwa tu wananunuliwa yogurt na wazazi wanakuja nazo. Wananunuliwa tu soda wanakuja nayo. Sweets wanakuja nayo, biscuits. Hakika hawakujua uji, hakika ni lishe bora ambayo hakika inaweza kuwaendelesha. Hawakuwa wanajua hakika hizi mboga za matawi hakika zinaweza kuwaendelesha. Hakika ugali na hakika na hii chakula ingine ya kuwapea nguvu. Kwa hivyo nimekuta ya kwamba hawa watoto hakika wamekuwa na afya. Jambo lingine ni ya kwamba katika hali ya kufanyiwa chanjo. Watoto wengi kule Ronda hawakuwa wamefanyiwa chanjo. Maana unakuta ya kwamba mzazi anazalia nyumbani na huyu mtoto hana hata ile kadi ya kliniki. Kwa hivyo wakati kidogo ilitufundisha, tulikuta ya kwamba hii kadi ya kliniki, tuliambiwa ya kwamba lazima uwe na data ya watoto wako. Maana usipokuwa na data si vizuri. Kwa hivyo nilikuwa napanga vile hawa watoto wote nitawachukua data. Kwa hivyo nikawa nauliza kitabu ya kliniki, unakuta mzazi hana. Hawa upcoming mothers wengi wao hawana vitambulisho. Ikawa ya kwamba tukaungana na community ya kule na chief, ya kwamba hawa mama wakapata vitambulisho, na hawa mama hakika wakaenda wakapata birth certificates. Kwa hivyo tukakuta ya kwamba tumefanya kitu ya identification na data katika shule yangu. Kwa hivyo hawa watoto wakawa wametambulika na serikali ya kwamba wana exist. Kwa hivyo hayo ilinipea furaha na ikanipea motisha na ikanipea kiwango ya kwamba kujua ya kwamba hakika hii ni kazi ambayo nafanya, ambayo hakika pia inasaidia serikali. Katika hali ya daycare yangu, wakanifundisha vile naweza kupanga daycare. Kwa hivyo nakuta ya kwamba niko na mkeka na hakika watoto wako na zile vitu za kucheza. Yani mtoto analani through play. Yani mtoto usimurundike tu mahali ama umfungie. Maana wengi wenye walikuwa wanaenda kazi, walikuwa wanafungia watoto kwa nyumba. Kwa hivyo mtoto hachezi, mtoto hayuko physically fit. Kwa hivyo ikawa ya kwamba wanapokuja kwa daycare, tunawa-expose kwa michezo. Unakuta ya kwamba tunawapea kamba michezo, ambao unakuta ya kwamba muscles zao zina develop na wanachangamka mno. Kwa hivyo wakawa na furaha, tukakuta ya kwamba wamechangamka paka na akili. Kwa hivyo hiyo kazi ya daycare nilipata ya kwamba ni kazi mzuri, ni kazi bora, na ni kazi ambayo hakika ikasaidia paka ile community. Maana watoto wengi walikuwa wanaachwa tu kwa plot, unakuta wezi wanaweza pita wachukue mtoto, ama mtoto anatumiwa tu visivyo na watu wa plot, wanatumwa tu ovyo ovyo, watoto hawaeleweki wako wapi, watoto wanaweza ingia katika mambo ambayo haifurahishi hakika. Lakini katika hali ya kufungua madaycare za kidogo, tumekuta ya kwamba hawa watoto wote wamekuwa absorbed. Kwa hivyo tunafurahi tukiwa kule Nakuru, Kaptembwa. Mbarikiwe sana.
The things you have had today, I'm especially excited about what she's talking about. She's told us about, for those who don't understand East African French, she has told us about, she didn't know that care work was important and could actually help her to provide for her family. She's learned about nutrition. She's learned about disciplining children. She's learned a lot about play. She's learned about data, taking data in terms of how many children have I received, which ones have nutrition issues and challenges, and also how to feed those children. So remember, it also helps us as we look at making sure that the children under 5 are well developed. She talked about play, she's talked about, discipline. I think really we can make care work make money for women, isn't it? So long as we structure it. And one of the things that Kidogo shared with us, and we are picking it up from our office, is what are the systems, what are the licenses that these daycare centers are being subjected to? How can we ensure within the policy we are able to reduce the costs for the women even as they put together and give a service that most of us need? You need somebody to take care of your child to be here in Naivasha, isn't it? Yes, so can we appreciate this particular team, Dr. Koto and Eva and Naomi, Eva, and Dr. Koto, asanteni sana. You may have your seats. Thank you very much. Please appreciate them. So Naomi, Eva, you have been captured, or you are on record. And we will use that to also utilize it to champion for things that we need done. Unajua wakisema, oh, these things, you guys are just sitting down and thinking and imagining. We are going to give them the voices of the women. So we want to do one more thing before we hear the closing speech. One more thing, if I can have the podium moved. There are men with muscles behind here. Thank you. All right, one of the exciting things, and we can have the seats removed as well. If the seats can be removed, that would be great. GX team, if I can have the seats removed, please. All right, one of the exciting things for me personally in this summit was my journey as a communicator and as a journalist started when somebody, or rather my passion for data, started when somebody invited me to a very huge conference where numbers were ongoing. And I was very good at telling stories, but not stories about numbers. And so I went to this big family planning conference, and since then, I have shifted my mindset and realized how data is indeed oil, and that you need to use to tell the stories for people to understand, but also so that you fight patriarchy as well, isn't it? You know, where people disagree, you just bring the data and then you don't have a disagreement. And so that has been my journey with data. And so why am I saying that? I began as a journalist. Somebody held my hand. Somebody taught me how to interpret data. And within this summit, we decided, or Data2X decided, to launch a fellowship for journalists to understand gender data, especially journalists from Africa. So I'm about to call are the journalists who are here in the first cohort of the 1-year Gender Data Fellowship, and these journalists have experienced data conversations in this summit, so I want to call them forward. As I call them forward, please come. I don't know where Lanice is. Is Lanice in the room? All right, so I will call them forward. Please come. All of you, you know yourselves. Please just come quickly, quickly, quickly. You are standing between us and closing ceremony. Where is Wabala? I am a superwoman. I'm a superwoman. Superwoman. You know, journalists are not used to being on the spotlight. The reason I'm doing this is I will also invite my SG, the Secretary Gender within our office, and also Dr. Akoto, PAS in our office, to come. And I want us to, there's no ceremony, there's no hula baloo around it, but I want us to acknowledge that today, these journalists are starting a journey from this regional summit of understanding gender data, studying gender data, reporting gender data, and being factual. You know, and not being sensational, but using the numbers to be more factual. So I want them to say their names and the country they come from, and what has been their takeaway from this summit. What are you taking home? And then my colleague, you know, has been a former journalist, so she knows how this is important. So please, your name.
My name is Edith Kambalame. I'm from Malawi. My takeaway, there are lots, but I think from the presentation on the opening, was it Dr. Nkosazana said governments must have their own, must develop their own statistics. So I think as a journalist, I think this is critical for us to hold our governments accountable so that they are able to put women in the data. Thank you.
My name is Arafat Shafiq. I come from Uganda. And my takeaway in a nutshell is we are an artist and we're here and we're not going to be sleeping and our dreams are wild and we're going to be raising your voices as ladies or women.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruth Butaomochi. I'm coming from Harare, Zimbabwe. I think my biggest takeaway is the involvement of grassroots women in this regional summit. I've noted with pleasure that Kenya has taken a progressive measure to ensure that women are not left behind. When you talk about women in Africa, more often than not, we've got an impression that these are the elitist women that should be involved. But I'm happy to say, when I go back home, I think the most important thing that I'm going with is we need to involve grassroots women. These are the women that are the strong foundation of a future Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Winnie Kamau, and I come from Nairobi, Kenya. And I'm really glad to be part of this great group. We are drawn from all over, but I'm happy that there are amazing stories that we need to publish them, to be published amongst you. And you're the women who have the stories, and I'm hoping we can continue collaborating. We have an online platform called Talk Africa, and I hope we can be able to publish your amazing stories. What have I learned out of this is that women, as in you guys, Kenya, hey, you have shown us the way that you are doing amazing work in terms of care work, in terms of your solidarity. Like I didn't know Groots is amazing, like you have champions, and above it all, I love your song. Your anthem.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Morenga from Zambia. I think a number of takeaways, but I'll point out one or two things. I was amazed to see how women and ordinary women can actually be trained and be able to challenge and hold government and leaders to account. and certain things and actions take place. For me, that was amazing. So that is what I think we should do, to use data and tell stories so that change can take place. And data, as it's been said, it's oil, and it has power to ensure that people are convinced using numbers. And for me, that's the line of duty that I want to take, to ensure that numbers are used to tell stories from the ordinary perspective for change to take place. Thank you so much.
Hey, the last person. Yeah, so my name is William Abala. I also come from Kenya. And my biggest takeaway in this, what I can say is, care work and just the need to dignify it, the need to push stories, around it, and also just the need to hold, the government, accountable to this. I can also talk about, women economic empowerment, something that I really learned here, and that in terms of credit, I just got it here. Women are, they're, when you give them, money, they pay it back. But this is a story that is not, told well enough. So I think, yeah, we are learning, and these are some of the stories, we are going to push out there, hopefully. Otherwise, I am delighted to be among this group. Thank you.
Come on, celebrate them. So my job is to when a policymaker gives them data, are they checking whether it is factual? Are they going back and looking? And so I'm hoping by the end of this, we will not say that journalists fear mathematics. We will do mathematics, we will do statistics, but in the end, we will do that. Sorry? Very good, now you're going to utilize it. So we are going on a learning journey, and maybe, who knows, during the global conversation mission next year in Kenya around data, maybe this team will be there and we can test them and see, will they be able to deliver. Hopefully next time we're going to have a live newspaper out of the summit every day so that you can get your faces in there, you can get your conversations in there. And so I want to give my colleague and my sister, who is also was an editor at Nation newspaper and a long-serving journalist, to declare this Gender Data Fellowship officially open. There's no ribbon to cut, but you can use whichever methodology. Thank you. You and Dr. Akot.
Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to see your faces because I was standing there like 20 years ago. That should give you an indication about the age. But I wish to congratulate each and every one of you for making to this fellowship. I know it's very competitive. I know a lot of people applied for the fellowship. And the reason why you are here is because you justified that you're going to work very hard and do very many stories, right? I'm sure you promised that. So we are hoping that as you go back to your countries, I really, really like the idea of being called a gender data journalist. Hey, it sounds good. When we were journalists, we were just reporters. Now there's all manner of, there's gender specialists. But today we are pleased to call you a gender data journalist. Can we clap for them? Because you know that for them to be standing here, they've passed through a very rigorous process. So congratulations. Thank you for making time. I've been sitting in different groups and just thinking, oh my God, I miss the days when I used to write. Some of the stories we've had, especially from the grassroots women, and thank you so much for inspiring us. They've been great. And I know you're going to go home and do some really great pieces. Beyond that, keep the networks. Keep the networks. We've met different people from different parts of the world. I think my favorite story, if I was a journalist, is the story about the way a group of women in India, I don't know how many of you attended that session, where a group of women in India who work on the rice value chain have literally revolutionized the whole industry
and are now producing and selling their own brand. But beyond that, they've been able to monetize themselves in their capacity as grassroots women. I think that's a story Kenya needs to look at. I thought it was a very big lesson that these women have taken their own capacities and their own capabilities and turned it into something bankable. So there is actually a bank that is lending them because of what they are doing. So the days when people used to say that ordinary women are not bankable are gone. I think that model has shown us that it is possible. So congratulations, and I wish to declare this Gender Data Fellowship, which has been launched by Data2X, officially launched. Let's appreciate them. Congratulations. Let me take an opportunity to congratulate Dr. Akoto. You can also congratulate these guys. As we see their stories coming out, we'll be able to really celebrate. Thank you. Yeah, we also congratulate Flo, who's managing this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, team. Thank you. And we wish you well. And I look forward to seeing you, not next year. I think there was a mistake. Somebody said, we hope to see you next year. I'm declaring that I must see you next year. So I hope that God keeps you well, in good health, so that you keep on reporting and supporting these great women and girls of this country and the countries we represent. I take this opportunity to welcome my colleague, friend in office, Madam Sylvia. She's a lady who, her whole life, has been dedicated to service to humanity. And the last few years, she said humanity is not enough if women are not involved. And so she branched off and now focusing on women and children. She's our gender secretary in the Office of the Women Rights Advisor, Executive Office of the President. She will be giving us closing remarks for this event. Welcome, Madam.
Thank you, Doc. Don't go anywhere. Thank you so much for those kind words. Before I read the speech by our advisor, I'd like to kindly request all members of our team who are present, and there are some near the door. Rose and company, please come in. Come so that people can see the team. I'd like you to come on stage. Please come inside, come on stage. All members of our team. I'd like people to see your faces and to know who you are before we close. We have a big team. Not everybody is here, but we have a sizable number of the team here. I'd like you to know them. When you meet them, you know that they were just not participants in the conference, but they are members of the team. So I'll have each and every one of them just introduce themselves and say what their role is. You're welcome.
I think I'm over-introducing myself. Dr. Akoto Anthony is my name. By rank and file, I'm a Principal Administrative Secretary. I serve in the Office of the Women Rights Advisor, Executive Office of the President, majorly just to support the work that office does to support women and children. And pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Claire Shirley. I am the Director in charge of Economic Empowerment and Investment. And it's been such a pleasure to see you all, to listen in on the discussions. And we thank you for all the input that you have given our office in the work that we'll now be able to drive on behalf of women, specifically on data. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Romana Yego, and I'm Director Community Health, and I also stand in for widows. I am a widow myself, And I'm delighted to have been part of this. We thank God for allowing us just to have been part of this very important event. And thank you everyone just for making time to come and, give your voice in what really matters. We have learned so much, and we just realized that the voice of a woman in this economy is very important. And again, we just say thank you so much, and we appreciate all of you.
Hey, watu wetu na kupeana speeches. Just say your name. Thank you, it's okay.
My good name is Phyllis Wanjiko Warigi. I'm the Assistant Director of Protocol. It was my pleasure to serve all of you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Geoffrey Rotich. I'm an economist, so I don't have many words. But for this summit, I was supporting Rapporteur, and I wish also to recognize my team who are supporting together from LDRI and also from our office. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Gladys Kule. I work under administration.
I'm Rose Sitati. I work under administration. And I don't need to introduce myself. Thank you so much. My name is Florence Machio.
Okay, so can we just pause for a proper photo so that we can... Thank you. So please clap for our team. And thank you, Florence, for the leadership and really getting this thing together. It's been a challenging experience, but we thank God for you, Florence. We know you have died and woken up many times. Yeah. So, thank you. I know I'm standing between you and your lunch, so I'll be very quick. I have the pleasure of reading the closing remarks from our advisor, Madam Harriet Chigai, who unfortunately was actually on the way here but was called back when she was halfway. So I have the honor of representing her. But before I do, I just want to emphasize what Dr. Koto said earlier, that our office is open for women or advocates for women rights issues. So one of the things I want to do at the moment, I want to recognize that we have some he for she men in the room. So can all the men stand up so that we can appreciate you spending the last 3 days with us? All the men, please stand up. This is awesome, right? Thank you so much for making time to be here with us. We don't take it for granted. So I want to read the speech on behalf of Waziri Chigai, and to just begin by saying that I acknowledge all the protocols that have been there. We were so happy to have Namla. I've seen my friend Caroline, who has moved to higher places. We are very happy. Flo, I hope you have noted that Caro is now at UN Women, so we're always looking for friends in the UN, so we are very happy to see you. And many other people. I really also want to acknowledge all the grassroots women in the group. If you can stand up so that we can just also appreciate your presence here. You have really enriched the summit. Let's have the grassroots women. Let's appreciate them. I thank you so much for injecting. All the meetings where I have gone, these women have brought points and points and points. And my prayer is that, as Dr. Koto promised, that we will get your voices to the places that you want them to go. So we just want to pledge that as the Office of the Women's Rights, that all you have said here, the policy pronouncements you have made, the recommendations you have made, some of you have been very passionate. I was in the agriculture one, and I was wishing the Ministry of Agriculture was in that session. But what we can commit as the Executive Office of the President is to ensure that those things that you said will not fall on, it will fall on solid ground, and that we're going to make sure that they get to the different
policymakers. So thank you, have a seat. So as we draw to a close in this transformative regional Women in Data Summit, allow me first to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you, government officials, regional policymakers, private sector collaborators, women from the grassroots, and all the advocates who have made this event an unforgettable one. I can tell you, I was here last year, but this year we've just moved a notch higher. So thank you so much. You need to appreciate yourselves for what kind of an event we have had. Allow me to recognize each and every one of you, and especially the men, for standing with us. Your participation reminds us that gender equality is not just a women's issue, that we also need men on board. It is a societal priority requiring all of us to pull our hands together. Our office has been at the heart of this effort, and we are delighted to have partnered with Data2X and so many of you who have come on board, LDRI and Groots and others, to put this event together. We have championed the use of gender data, and we talk about gender disaggregated, but we are now taking from NAMLA that we should go towards gender transformative data. And we are using this data to advance literacy through campaigns with women, and using this in our planning and development processes. So wherever we go as an office, one of the things we have done is champion the use of data and champion the fact that decisions cannot be made without evidence. So this conference is at the heart of what we do, and that is why we are so delighted to have been a part of it. Just as importantly, we work to simplify complex information for women in the rural areas, inviting partners like SHA and the Women Enterprise Fund to explain issues such as healthcare, the opportunity to get loans, and the economic opportunities that are available in government. I want you to know that here in Kenya, the government has set aside a lot of resources that are supposed to help women economic empowerment programs. And we are working very hard to ensure that those resources find their way into the hands of women. And that is a key mandate of our office, and that is why you heard our Director of Economic Empowerment saying she was very, very happy to be here. Because we need a data-driven approach to our economic empowerment programs. We are strong believers that as policymakers, we must ensure that no woman is excluded because of lack of information. And we are working hard to ensure that all government policy-making decisions actually adhere to this fact. Yeah? We must also acknowledge the invisible backbone of our economy is women who participate in unpaid work. And also linked to this is women who are involved with underpaid care work. So today in the room, we have quite a few mamapreneurs. Can they just stand up? We acknowledge them for the role, the important role they play in the economy, and noting that we are actually advocating for them to be recognized as a very critical part of our economy. Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing your stories. I think we are really energized. In fact, personally, I want to commit when I get back home this evening, the first thing I'm going the first conversation I'm going to have with my house manager is how we can get her registered for SHA. It was a blind spot, yeah? And I think, Dr. Akoto, thank you so much for raising that issue. I want also to acknowledge that aside from the invisible backbone, that within Kenya, for example, there's a lot of data that it has not been effectively utilized. For example, data from the 2021 Kenya National Time Use Survey, which shows that women spend an average of 4 to 5 hours every day on unpaid care work. This is a very, very important data that should really influence the way we make policies and the way we handle this issue. That women are spending between 4 to 5 hours every day on unpaid care work. I know if it was men spending 4 to 5 hours every day on uncared care work, there would be attention to this issue. So we want attention to this issue because it's very important. And in fact, in some areas such as Marsabit, women spend over 7 hours a day. 7 hours a day on unpaid care work in those far-flung areas in the ASAL regions. So this is a critical issue, and we look forward to the day that a woman's labor will be recognized and appreciated by all in the society and even by policymakers. We are really, really not happy that this is a critical issue that is often undervalued. I echo what one of the delegates said yesterday. There's a delegate who asked a very, very intriguing question. Why do we call our house messengers here in Kenya, and I'll put it in Kiswahili, I don't know, translation may be hard because I don't think there's an equivalent. We call them msichana wa kazi. We call our house managers msichana wa kazi, which I don't know in English is, there's no translation really. House girl? That's not even a direct translation, but because we use the word msichana, like we don't recognize that these are women in their own right. And so girl worker. So the question that our waziri is asking, how come we don't say msichana wa media? Yeah, when we talk about our media professionals, we don't say msichana wa media, and yet we say msichana wa kazi. And we use this msichana wa kazi in a very derogatory manner. So this is some of the things that in this room we can make a decision we are going to change. As we go home, we're dealing with women who are involved with care work. So let us give them the respect they deserve. It is time to refer to them with dignity and respect their work, that their work deserves respect. Ladies and gentlemen, the data of domestic workers is not even captured through paid care workers, who already make up about 7.4% of Kenya. Yeah, so their data is nowhere. Nobody even knows they exist. And that is why even making policies around them becomes very difficult. We stand with these women, and today we want to declare that we must ensure that there is dignity and fair pay for all. We cannot be advocating for fair pay for ourselves and leaving this very critical group out. So we want to see dignity and fair pay for all. And we also want them to receive recognition and not just to be looked at as statistics, but in law, policy, and everyday practice, that their faces are really recognized, their struggles are recognized, and what they do is acknowledged and appreciated. The conversation of this summit has reminded us that data is not just about numbers. Yeah? It is a story, a resource, a tool for justice, and that it is very, very important that we look deeper into the numbers. I think when Namla was speaking, she really reminded us that these data numbers must be used to transform and to change. It's not enough to say that, oh, now we have moved. We now have, how many women governors? We are so pleased to quote that number, that Kenya is doing very well. We now have, are they 8? 6 women governors. So we're doing very well. we need to look beyond the numbers. And I think that is what has come out of this conference, that we have to interrogate and look at the impact of what these numbers are having to us. Yeah. I'm pleased that Kenya seems to be leading in terms of digitalization. Kenyans in the room, can we clap for ourselves? You've seen the cutting edge work that KNBS is doing and the cutting edge work that is being done in a number of organizations around the country. But for us, it is the digitalization that has really impressed a lot of people. That we have a lot of great initiatives going on, being pushed by several organizations. And eCitizen stands at the top of that. I think when Mercy Wanja was here, we learned that eCitizen is actually a very, very revolutionary platform. And we are glad that this is happening, but more needs to be done. Yeah? Yet, despite this, we recognize the fact that despite the fact that throughout Africa there are very many great initiatives, and we've heard of some of them, women still rely on third-party devices, a clear sign that access to information still remains a mirage for many women. I know that we are looking at the numbers, they look good. There are many more mobile phones in the hands of Africans. But when you look at those mobile phones, how many of them are actually in the hands of women? And how are these devices helping women to actually get access to information? There is still a very big gap. And those of us who attended the agriculture breakout, the Farm to Fork breakout, you heard the women advocates talking about how they still don't have access to very critical information that can help them make good decisions in their businesses. So this is one area we are hoping that within the communique we'll be able to actually capture how we can scale this up and move it to another level. So I want to say that the fact that women are still relying on third-party devices is a clear sign that there's still a lot of work ahead. We have to get to the day when our mothers, our grandmothers, our sisters, our daughters are able to make decisions because they have access to information. So I think let's not look at this as a statistic, but rather like a call to action. We want to see a call to action where in Africa, we are driving towards women having information at the touch of a button. They don't need to be referring to their children. They don't need to be referring to their husbands or to anybody else, because most of the time they get misadvised. So the way forward is to ensure that we deal with this important issue. As we leave Naivasha, let us carry a renewed commitment that when we return next year, we will not only share that the promises we have made here have been achieved, but that the testimonies we have had, which are amazing testimonies, will be even doubled or tripled. That there's going to be change in the lives of the grassroots women who came here because the policy makers who are in the room have listened and are going to bring a difference. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that data can transform lives. So as we leave Naivasha, we need to go with a commitment that we are going to advocate more stronger that data should become more critical and that governments should invest in better data systems and that governments will ensure that the data they are receiving actually works to change the lives of the people they serve. In closing, let us move forward with unity of purpose and courage, because it will take courage for us to recognize that we have to take this data that we are seeing. We have some great data, but that we have to take this data and use it in a meaningful manner. For in data, women must not only be counted, they must truly count. Hey, I thought I'd get a clap there. Yeah? Let me repeat that sentence. For in data, women must not only be counted, but they must truly count. Yeah. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And may women continue to lead into a future of equality, opportunity, and justice.
Madam Harriet Chigai. Thank you so much for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, hayawi yashakuwa. I want us to rise up on our feet and sing the anthem and dance as we go eat lunch. GX, where have you gone? Goodness. Stephanie, will you come and sing? Because I wanted the anthem projected. Not the national anthem. Not the national anthem. I wanted the champions anthem. Oh my word. I want you to play in your heads as you're in the home. You're working, you're making decisions. Steps, you come and sing. You don't need, okay, sing. Let's sing together, let's go. Amani, afya, haki na usawa, ndio lengo letu, wamama wa mashinani. Mama, apate haki ya kisheria. Mama, apate haki ya kijamii. Mama, apate haki ya kiuchumi. Mama, apate haki ya kisiasa. Saidia mama, umesaidia jamii yote, ukimpatia uwezo, umempatia dunia nzima. Mama, apate haki ya kisheria. Mama, apate haki ya kijamii. Mama, apate haki ya kiuchumi. Mama, apate haki ya kisiasa. Ombi yetu wa mama, mwito twautoa, fedha na maarifa zifike kwetu mashinani. Mama, apate haki ya kisheria. Mama, apate haki ya kijamii. Mama, apate haki ya kiuchumi. Mama, apate haki ya kisiasa. Yes! Ladies and gentlemen, we did it, didn't we? And so I pray that all of us will take our position, whether we are journalists, whether we are academicians, whether we are grassroots champions, whether we work in the Office of the Women's Rights Advisor, whether we work in South African presidency, whether we work at FRAME, and whether we work at UN Women, we will do what we need to do to ensure that the voices of women are heard everywhere we go. Can I hear an amen? Can I hear a bigger amen? Yes, and we cannot close without praying, because this journey has been a journey of grace. This journey has been a journey of favor, the Lord opening doors, the Lord bringing in people, and we are where we are today because the Lord made it happen. Amen. So I am very grateful this day as I stand here. I prayed, I fasted, and we are here today. And so I'm very, very happy. I am going out with thanksgiving in my heart, with praise in my heart, because of what the Lord has done. So let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We give you glory, for you are a good God. We thank you for your grace. We thank you for your mercy. We thank you for covering us throughout the summit, even as we came here, oh Lord. We thank you for your wisdom in the different sessions, oh God. We thank you for the resources that enabled us to meet, oh God. And so, Lord, as we depart, oh God, praying for your hand upon our lives. I pray for journey mercies for every woman, every man, every participant in this place, oh God. And I pray that even as we go on to the different places that you have given us to work, that you will bless the work of our hands. We thank you and we bless you, for it is in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. I want to request the GX people who have the lunch vouchers to stand here, because I was looking for you to know where are we having lunch. Are we going the other side? Are we going where? And so I want one point where you can give the vouchers as we go. And I will ask Phyllis to pick for the speakers so that we put them at a particular place. Florence, where are we having lunch? Rose Garden. All right. So Rose Dining, as you come out, there will be a clear sign. You go down the stairs within the building. We will show you. Please take your meal voucher. You can come down through that door. Allow these ladies here to move first. Winnie, allow them to move fast so that we don't clog up the space. And then we go. Okay, maybe you're done. So the videographer wants you to dance. He wants a shot of you dancing. So DJ, quickly. Sylvia, you can go with Namla, with Nitu. Lanis, where were you? All right, can we dance? This one is going on air today, right? Tunaweza, 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 tunaweza. I am a superwoman. I'm a superwoman. Super.
Jitokeze kugombea nafasi mbalimbali, pingamizi hakuna, inahitaji utayari. Wewe unaweza, mimi nimeweza, kwani wewe ushindwe na nini na mimi niweze na nini?
Mwanamke ngangari, mwanamke hodari, anayejiamini, baba lete chumvi, yeye alete sukari. Mwanamke sio tu vipodozi na vipicha vya kichokozi. Squeeze mwanaume anapenda mwanamke ajitume na chape kazi. Vikundi vya kusaidiana, vikoba vyetu ushindi tunakopeshana. Kubwa kwenye uongozi tumepata mtetezi, Mama Samia oye.
Wanawake uvuvi, tunaweza. tunaweza,
Kikuongoza.
tunaweza.
Daktari baba, wasikari mama. Yeah. I'm a superwoman.
I am a superwoman. I'm a superwoman.
That's what I am.
Superwoman. Superwoman.
Yeah, I'm a fighting. Yes, I'm so exciting. Hustle for my own, don't care about fighting. You know I can be queen and also be king. Superwoman, give me that championship ring.
Nilianza changa changa kamtaji kangu cha kanga. Biashara ya genge kanipatia kiwanja. Sasa nashishi food. Kifupi life is good. Na namba hizi kibanda. Aya, kina dada wote msilale. Msilale, 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 msilale. Amkeni muda sasa. Oh, joka tuweke. Asuruhi Migiro.
Superwoman.
Dangote.
Superwoman.
Mama Rakatale.
Superwoman.
Mama Nyerere.
Superwoman.
Tulia Ackson.
Superwoman.
Mama Jange.
Superwoman.
Magufuli.
Superwoman.
Jipigieni makofi. Yes. All right, we are using this door as we leave so that you get your lunch voucher and you go have your lunch. We will interact at the lunch. Make sure you have some lunch.
It is actually my profound honor to welcome you to Naivasha for the Regional Women in Data Summit 2025. Today we gather not simply for another summit, but for a defining moment in our regional journey. A moment
the way that health systems actually work, if you want to save lives and improve outcomes, is the coordination of all those different elements within the health structure to make sure that that person that needs the service gets what they want. You need all those things to actually work. And the reality on the ground is actually we have people dying more as a result of poor quality of care than are dying as a result of lack of access to care. The data and information that we require to make some of these decisions across the health system are not interlinked. So what we want to focus on in terms of conversation around the summit is how do we better understand that interconnection between what is happening at the facility level when a mother walks in and what goes on beforehand to help us understand the blocks, the barriers that means that she doesn't or she does have access to medicines.
Professor Nancy Buka, you've pioneered a lot of studies around gender data. What do you think universities can help or support Africa in terms of creating resilience in data?
You know, when you're thinking about resilience, I think there is an opportunity there for us to think about how local universities and local governments can think and start prioritizing funding of a lot of the research initiatives that we are involved in. We cannot have that resilience if we're not investing in the generation of that data from a local perspective that's nuanced, that is women-led, and that looks at the place of women across that value chain.
Women Enterprise Fund is a semi-autonomous government agency which is meant to empower women in terms of making sure they access affordable credit. The fund normally offers credit facilities to women, either in groups or individually. It also does capacity building. One thing we have noted in terms of our business is Women Enterprise Fund. Women are best payers of debts. So I think for us, we are doing much just to understand the landscape, and get to fund the women on the needs they have. The needs are diverse. We started with group lending. Now we have found there are women who are saying this group lending things is not working for us because we need time to do other things, not to have the meetings on weekly basis, and we are not able to make decisions as a group of 10 or 5. I want to make my own decision. And I think we are coming up with individual products from the data we are collecting from the same women who are saying this is what we want.
The way that L systems actually work, if you want to save lives and improve outcomes,
Welcome to day 2 of the Regional Women in Data Summit 2025, happening here at Lake Naivasha Resort, where we meet again and make sure that policymakers are answering questions from grassroots women, looking at what are the gender data gaps, looking at what are the gaps within policy in 4 particular tracks: healthcare systems, public service delivery, food systems, and women economic empowerment.
What I'm excited most about this forum is the presence of 36 grassroots women who are representing the voices of their community. We cannot discuss women in data without the grassroots women in the room, and that is why in Roots Kenya, we believe that it is very important to put the grassroots women in these spaces so that they can be able to speak their realities.
What I'm most excited about is just to be able to listen to different people and the different data points that they're bringing into this discussion, and to forming a community of practice, people who have one common denominator, which is uplifting the lives of women and using data to be able to inform a lot of the practices that they're involved in.
So I think it has been a very encouraging day for me, and especially for the areas we engage in terms of women economic empowerment, the data which is required to be able to make better decisions, and also again the side of health. I think I've learned a lot why we need to keep this data. I help in decision making, I help in making share work better. So for me, the day has been well spent, and I think the topic were well selected, and I'm looking forward to the next conference. Thank you.
Okay, day 2 for me, I must say, looking at the topics that were identified, you realize that yes, we are speaking to the real felt need within our communities, within our region, and I would like to say that congratulations to the organizers even for identifying the topics, and this day has been great. Thank you.
It is actually my profound honor to welcome you to Naivasha for the Regional Women in Data Summit 2025. Today we gather not simply for another summit, but for a defining moment in our regional journey. A moment where we move beyond conversations to action, where evidence is transformed into policy, where data brings dignity, and where numbers tell the living stories of resilience, strength, and possibility for the women and girls of Africa.
How can we ensure that data actually enables agency? What do I mean by that? I mean that we need to move beyond saying data is just for them, to actually bringing data back into the hands of the women on the streets, so that those women can actually use the data to improve their businesses, actually can use that data to improve their farming practice, ensure that they have that data to improve the way they are raising their children, the way they are operating in the care economy.
When women are given or have the opportunity, honestly, they do better. And I think it's been mentioned that data actually makes the invisible, not just visible, but audible. And it's work that we've done over time, that once you start to understand the data, because data doesn't lie. But then I think the part where we miss is how you translate data into insights, into information, and into decisions.
I think this topic is of age. It's a conversation that we all want to be part of. It's a conversation that is going to drive the engines of economic prosperity, not just in Kenya, but on the continent and on the world. And I want to be part of it.
In this year's summit, let us focus on filling the gaps, deepening the progress so far. Let us leave Naivasha not only with reports and resolutions, but with concrete commitments, measurable outcomes, and renewed courage to ensure that every woman and girl in our region is visible in data that drives our policies, our plans, our budgets, and our shared future. And with that, allow me to declare this conference officially opened, and clap for yourselves for being here.